nextroundlive.com. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services.
LT makes sure they're soft material. Final segment of the show is brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. I tell you what, you guys have gotten where it's open house around here lately. When I went on one vacation, I come back and Thursday and Friday, it's like it's a turnstile here. We're out drawing the what was that league that the Squadron played in?
Oh, the G League?
Yeah, we're out drawing the Squadron up here the last 2 days.
That's true. He ain't wrong.
I ain't wrong. He's not wrong.
When it comes to home equity, bigger, always better. Our friends at Mortgage Right, they've got a program that will help you gain more home equity while paying less out of your pocket. Go big and go home by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. The Squadron would have counted Chuck as one of these.
Split him up so we can cut him as two.
Can I scan his ticket?
Guys and girls in the chat room were moved by Lance's tribute to his father. This is Lance's late father. This is Chuck Ashes here with us at the show for the first time ever. Brooks in the chat room said, my mama always called and sang happy birthday to me. One year I didn't answer, and she left a voicemail singing it. And then she passed away. I've still got that voicemail.
Oh, no. LT.
It's a tough one there, man. I read JP already. Smuff said, I never met my deadbeat father, but my mom's dad was an incredible guy who stepped up for me as a kid. He got sick and eventually passed. I was obliterated by it, so sorry for your loss, LT. He was a guy who never went beyond the 6th grade in school, and someone who works surrounded by medical and research personnel. He's still one of the top 10 smartest people I've ever known. Robert says, I stress to my son, always hug his grandparents, tell him he loves them when he sees them or leaves them, because you never know if you'll see them again. And one day he'll know how much they love that hug. One of our listeners on Twitter, Susan, said her first Christmas day after losing her husband, she put on an Apple playlist on random songs, and it played every single one of her husband's favorite songs.
So weird, man.
Yep.
And she said it was songs she never listened to, but it meant a lot to her.
Meant a lot to her. While we're doing this, my dad loves a good Budweiser, Bud Light, and he got a diagnosis a few months ago. Only got a few more years with us here. He watches and listens as much as he can. So, Dad, while you're still with us, we love you. And he asked about you guys all the time. Do they like my jam? Do they like my jelly?
Makes a hell of a
Jam was
jam.
great.
Yeah.
Does he know the difference between jelly and jam?
After 55 years, my mom does.
Jeez, holy hell.
You could not have ended that. You could not have ended that show any more appropriately.
I'm sorry, Chuck. All right.
Chuck, appreciate the difference.
All right, we're probably back live on Monday.
I'm not going to be here. I don't know where I'm going to be.
Find out where Lance is on Monday when we're with you at 9 a.m. Central. Now I'm crying. Until next time, God bless you, and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
So right now, live show starts right now. You good? You got me? Was that my earphones or was that you?
I got you.
Okay. We're rolling into a live show, one man down over here, and we'll update where Lance is going. He'll join us video-wise and then live throughout the show today. But we're excited to punish Lance. And I think we did. I don't think the destination's where he thought he was going.
Well, there's no doubt, yeah.
But I'm not sure that would have been a punishment because you know how LT is. When he has a chance to plan something out, he can turn something into an elaborate, exciting, and luxurious trip.
Well, I will say this. We do this every year, and every year, I'm ready when it gets unveiled for people to tell us we didn't punish enough, we should have sent them further, we should have done it more, whatever. You're always going to have the second guessers. I think most people, based on the feedback we've gotten on social media here, most people I think are embracing the destination where we have sent Lance. I find it to be a punishment. I say just ask yourself the question: if I sent you there today and said you got to take a train, a bus, and a car back from there, would you be happy?
That's right. And it's not Seattle.
It is not Seattle. It is not Portland.
In 10 minutes, we'll let Lance unveil for you as he got to the Birmingham airport this morning where his trip has taken him on his bracket challenge punishment, brought to you by our friends at Hemphill Services, Vulcan Tire, and our friends at Bud Light next. Jim Dunaway, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Lunsford, and Forrester all with you today in studio. And we'll start off with what was the biggest story, I think, in sports over the weekend, at least here in this part of the country. And it got big play nationally on SportsCenter, too. Tennessee was on path like the 2005 USC Trojans. They were getting a lot of traction as maybe the greatest college baseball team of all time.
Yep.
And then here comes Notre Dame, who looked like a bunch of middle-aged men, a very old-looking team. They went into Knoxville.
They make them sound like they were a slow-pitch softball squad.
Well, they did. I mean, they had those mustaches, and they're an old team. And they go into Knoxville, where Tennessee had only lost 3 games before the weekend, and take 2 of 3 from the Volunteers.
Yeah.
And as many people wrote on Twitter and in our next round live this morning, Notre Dame or Tennessee did something that was amazing in SEC history. They got 13 SEC fan bases to cheer for Notre Dame in something.
I mean, I don't know, not just fan bases, SEC fan bases, Deep South fan bases. The Deep South's always kind of had a hatred for Notre Dame, I think.
It's a Southern-bred thing to hate Notre Dame, and 13 SEC fan bases were cheering for Notre Dame.
This is pretty remarkable, really. I mean, it started game 1 when Notre Dame got the win. Tennessee's pitching coach was ejected, and one of Tennessee's better players was ejected. And that has kind of been the thing with this team all year, right? They live on emotion, and it has worked for them a lot this year.
You know, I said that, Brown, on the golf course Saturday with friends, talking about their big baseball fans, talking about the first loss, and even I thought they would win the next 2 games and still get to Omaha. But I question, how Nick Saban always, and some great coaches, every game is the same. Every game is the same. You don't ride emotion. Every game is the same. Every practice is the same. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
And Tony Vitello and this Tennessee team, they feed the fire, man. They flip bats. There's high fives. They're jawing with each other. They're jawing with the other team. They ride that emotion.
And the natural thing to do today is to come back and question that, right? Question that approach, and that's what the armchair quarterbacks and the Monday morning pitching coaches will do. I guess it's pitching. I don't know how the Monday morning quarterbacks will do. That's what they'll do today, right? Is they'll say, "Ooh, I don't guess that was a good formula." Don't forget, just 3 days ago, we thought this was a lock to make Omaha.
Yep.
And maybe I'm one of the heaviest favorites I think we've seen going into Omaha to actually win the national championship. So there's going to be some revisionist history today. A lot of people are going to go back and question the way they approach this when just a few days ago, we were talking what an incredible job this guy had done and how great this team was.
The most dominant SEC regular season in history.
Yeah.
I'll say that, in history, since the SEC has been, 8, 9, 10, 11 teams deep on making the tournament. Defending national champions don't even make it to the SEC tournament. That's how good SEC baseball is. And this Tennessee team dominated the SEC regular season. That's how good they are.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to. I don't come here today to bury Tony Vitello in Tennessee for handling it this way. It's just and this is the weird thing. This is a thing football doesn't do that really all the other sports do. Is that second life? You don't get a second life in football. When you lose 2 games, your life's pretty much over in college football in terms of winning a national championship. You can still win a division, a conference championship, perhaps go to a really nice bowl game, get a good vacation out of it. But realistically, when you lose 2 games, your life is over as it pertains to a national championship. In these other sports, we get this second life, and it makes it a weird sport. Like we see this all the time in basketball. A team limps to the end of the regular season. They find something in their conference tournament or in the NCAA tournament, and all of a sudden they're a new team. They're in the Elite Eight. They're in the Final Four. They're winning a national championship. And you see it in baseball. Like Notre Dame, if Notre Dame had come to Knoxville in the regular season, they probably get swept, and they probably lose by an average of 3 runs a game.
Yeah.
But you get in that postseason, and it's just different, man. If you could figure out Ole Miss for me.
That's right. Ole Miss.
Last team in
the tournament. Now they're in Omaha.
Yeah,
they're the Elite Eight.
So how do you explain that, right? That Tennessee was the best team all year. Nobody argued that one. Ole Miss, who started the year number 1, barely got in the tournament. One team has gone fishing, and the other team's going to Omaha.
Yep.
You'll never make sense out of that.
Arkansas is getting an ESPN radio guy in Fayetteville suspended because of his comments, because the Hogs are playing so bad as they leave Hoover down the stretch, and as they leave Hoover, they're going to Omaha.
That's right.
They're hot now.
Don't try to make sense out of this, because you really can't. It's just the fact that in these tournament sports, there's a second life, and I don't know that we'll ever have that in football. Like a lot of people seem to think an expanded playoff will give you that in football. I don't know if it would in college football. We have seen it in the NFL.
Yeah, but in college football, Brown, we've said it many times that, in this period of time, Alabama and Ohio State have dominant recruiting classes. The only way they usually miss the tournament or the playoffs, the 4-team playoffs, is because of a special year like Michigan last year and just a second loss by Ohio State, or you have a special year like LSU and a second loss by Alabama. When you have an expanded playoffs, that's going to allow that great roster to have 2 losses and still make a 12-team playoff. And whoever the Alabama and Ohio States are of the future is going to get that second life you talk about with these teams that are making a run. It may open up the door for that great roster to fail twice and still get the playoffs.
Ole Miss is an example, not in baseball, but in football. Ole Miss was a 2-loss team that's probably in the playoffs last year. So getting that second life, would Ole Miss have been any closer to Alabama? I mean, Alabama dominated that game in Bryant-Denny. I don't know. I don't know that we'll ever see that in college football. It feels different in college football.
It does.
But we see it all the time in basketball and baseball, and I guess softball too, right? I mean, look at Alabama. They lost to, help me out here, who knocked them out? Alabama in softball.
In softball? Pitch, Oh, it was Stanford.
If Alabama had hosted Stanford in the regular season, probably sweep that series, don't they?
Yeah, 2 or 3 at least.
Yeah, 2 or 3. But, it's just different, man, when you get the tournament play. I think if I could figure that out, or if you could figure that out, we can make millions, because these coaches can't even figure it out. Tony Vitello probably can't tell you today what was different about the 45 previous games we played and then the 3 we played this weekend.
Yeah, had them at home, too.
Yeah.
Just an amazing outing from Notre Dame. They knock out the number 1 overall seed, which continues an amazing stat that I'll throw out for you here, and you've seen it all weekend long. The number 1 overall seed since they started seeding the NCAA baseball tournament in 1999 has never gone on to win the national championship except one time. And that was in 1999 Miami.
So since the first year they did it, the 1 seed's never even done it.
They get bounced. Now
they probably make Omaha more
oftentimes
often than not.
It's Omaha, but not always. Oftentimes it's Omaha, but Tennessee doesn't even get the trip to Omaha. The teams that are going are Texas A&M out of the SEC, Arkansas out of the SEC, Ole Miss out of the SEC. More on another one in just a second. Oklahoma, Texas, and Notre Dame. Those are 6. 2 teams still to play today. UConn and Stanford at 3 o'clock on ESPN2. And the Auburn Tigers against Oregon State, 6:30, ESPN2. Move that game up a few hours so a lot more people can stay up for the end.
Thankfully.
And Butch Thompson and the gang has a chance to win tonight to make it a 4th team in the College World Series from the SEC. That'd be half the field. If you're scoring at home, we didn't add the super regionals until the mid-'90s, an extra step to make Omaha because the SEC had 4 of the 8 teams out there. It's hard. You can't hide money. You can't hide great baseball programs. And the SEC, if Auburn wins tonight, will have half the field again in Omaha.
Well, and as you said, that was a reaction to the SEC having half the field, right? The whole super regional. So there's nothing you can do about it now.
That's right.
I mean, I don't know how else. They've created a. Thankfully, they did that. By the way, it's such a fun system.
It is. It's a great
the old
weekend.
system stunk, really. I mean, when you look back on it now, the way they used to do it, it didn't make any sense. If it took the SEC having 4 for them to go to that. This weekend was enjoyable. I don't watch a ton of college baseball all year, but that super regional weekend is fun to watch.
Yep.
And I found myself, really, really curious about Ole Miss and Southern Miss because of the nature of that in-state thing, right?
Get in tickets for that one at points with $450.
And there were supposedly behind the plate going for more than 1,000 per game to a super regional game. But then you had that whole storyline with them too about Mike Bianco comes into this thing on getting fired.
Yep.
Now he's in Omaha. You can't fire a guy that's going to Omaha. A guy probably saved his job this weekend. That's crazy. And then, it was weird that A&M had already won their way into Omaha before Auburn, Oregon State even threw a pitch. That just felt weird to me, They're in the same tournament.
That's right.
But they're already in Omaha before Auburn and Oregon State have even thrown a pitch. It just felt weird. I don't know why. But seeing A&M go, I mean, that was a team that wasn't even in this last year. They go hire Schlossnagle. It sounds like a name I'm making up. Like you just say, what's his last name? Oh, it's Schlossnagle.
Yeah.
They go
or what I would like to order for lunch.
Yeah.
What do you want? I'll take number 12, the Schlossnagle. Can I get that with fries and not potato chips?
Rockstar, would you eat a Schlossnagle?
Again? No. Probably not.
So
anybody will eat it once, right?
Yeah, that's right. You got to try it once. So, I mean, it's wild. It is wild. That super regional is so much fun. And the SEC, we love, to bang the SEC drum in this part of the country. They could have half of Omaha again. And by the way, people have to notice, not only do they have half of Omaha, the 5th team that's there will be an SEC team in the near future.
That's right. Well, Oklahoma and Texas.
Oh, that's right. 5th and 6th.
So 6 of the 8 will be SEC teams of the future.
Now,
technically, they're already SEC teams. They just haven't made the move yet.
Now, there's no way they'll allow that to happen in the future. I mean, it would not be stacked that way.
I mean, you'll have to.
At some point in the future, they'll just put 4 SEC teams in a regional to knock each other out.
Yeah. I mean, that's what they did originally with the super regionals. They would have, and they did not do that this year, and they're probably regretting that. But they would have it where they played out to where 2 SEC teams were in a super regional against each other.
Yeah. Like you can make the argument right now that, I mean, Oklahoma and Texas coming will help football. Those are 2 proud programs. They're going to be really good.
Yep.
It'll help basketball. I mean, those have been good programs. But probably the stick and ball sports.
Yeah, baseball and softball.
Of the ones people pay most attention to, like golf, by the way, it's going to help golf too. Oklahoma and Texas pretty good in men's golf. I mean, there are a lot of sports it's going to help. But those 2 stick and ball sports, just look at the College World Series in Omaha and the Women's College World Series in Oklahoma City. Yep. And you see Oklahoma and Texas there in both those.
It was the championship series in women's softball, and Oklahoma is the New York Yankees of women's softball.
And those aren't flukes. It's not like they just randomly got good this year. Those are good programs. It may impact baseball and softball more than any program in all of the SEC sports.
Well, let's start things off before we bring in LT's trip by me telling you about our friends at Champions Boxing. I'm going to be out at Champions Boxing, not in the ring, though, later this week. Who knows? I may hit a heavy bag or something. But we'll be out at Champions Boxing later this week. You can go by and check out Champions Boxing right now at the corner of Highway 119 and Highway 31 behind the Purple Onion in Pelham. They are open. What is Champions Boxing? It's a fitness and competition training center, gym, if you will, and they use the fundamental of boxing to get you in shape for you to reach your fitness goals. Here's their phone number, 205-358-8176, 205-358-8176. If you need to use the rewind button to get that number or call us up and Rockstar will pass it along to you, but 205-358-8176. You can call and get more details. Just stop by and check them out, or you can go to their Facebook page, Champions Boxing AL. Champions Boxing AL. It's not a fight club. It's a place you train your mind and your body. Over 20 years of training experience from ages 7 and up. It's our friends at Champions Boxing. All right, so Auburn plays 6:30 tonight. A win, they go to Omaha. They lose 4-3 last night after winning game 1. Should be a very exciting night of baseball for Auburn's fans out there as they try to punch a 4th ticket for the SEC out to Omaha. A lot of other stuff to get to. Go
I
ahead.
just want to say real quick, because I noticed this in both the Arkansas game and the Texas A&M game. I know what the NCAA is doing here. I just think it's weird to me that the road team gets to be the home team in the second game.
Right.
I've just always thought if you're going to host the Super Regional, like it happened for Auburn last night, obviously, you're going to host Super Regional, that should be your reward. You get to be the home team every game.
Yeah, all 3 games.
All 3 games.
I'd be
That's
okay
right.
with that.
I've never understood why they choose to do it that way. And I'm even okay in the regional. The regional feels a little different. But once you get to the Super Regional, you've earned that spot through the season. You're
Right.
a top 8 team. The NCAA said, this is your spot. You've earned it. I ought to be the home team every game.
I would agree with that. But
Because, Arkansas had a walk-off.
for those that don't pay attention, it's the host team in the Super Regional, the higher-seeded team, gets to be the home team in Game 1 and Game 3 if necessary.
Right.
But Game 2, the visiting team.
Right, and like Arkansas got the last at bat at North Carolina yesterday afternoon and had a walk-off single.
Walk-off single.
If I'm North Carolina, now first of all, Carolina had 9 innings to change that. I get that. They had 9 innings. Don't focus on the last inning. But just seems like if I'm a Super Regional host, I ought to get the last at bat. I ought to get the last chance. That's just me, though.
I am okay with that. I am okay with that. All right, so Tennessee is out as the number 1 overall seed. Auburn is alive. They go tonight, 6:30 against Oregon State, a chance to punch a ticket. And by the way, if you're looking ahead, if you're Auburn and you're in the College World Series, you'll be on the side of the bracket with Arkansas, with Ole Miss, some familiar faces over there, and then the winner of UConn and Stanford. So once you get to Omaha on that side of the bracket, you got a chance. If Auburn go in tonight, you got a chance to make a lot of noise out in Omaha too, and maybe play your way into a championship series. On the other side of the bracket, you have some old rivals. You got Texas A&M, Texas, Oklahoma, and Notre Dame on the other side of the bracket
Like
in
the
Omaha.
old Southwest Conference in Notre Dame, doesn't it?
Yeah. That'll
Southwest
be
Conference Big 8 Notre Dame.
That'll be some bloodlettings in that outing out in Omaha. Speaking of Omaha, LT is on the road, not going to Omaha. That would have been he would have delayed it somehow so he could have watched the College World Series.
Guys, I'm stuck again today. Can't get out of here.
Cannot get out of here.
Yeah.
The person in the video is LT's daughter, Layton, who is heading off to college, just graduated, and she's heading off to college this year. So she is playing the role of sidekick, videographer, and LT didn't know where he was going until he got to the Birmingham airport today. And you've edited both videos that have gone out today. What was his mood? Well, save that. Let's see the video and then tell me what his mood was like as you've seen both videos today. You can follow along on all our social media platforms, including on Twitter at Next Round Live. But here's LT in our Hemphill Services Vulcan Tire Bud Light Next Bracket Challenge punishment, finding out where he's going.
Salina, Kansas?
It's like close to here.
What a...
Wait, that's
I'm-
like close.
I've been there before. Population 46,000. So Chicago is where we head first. Salina. Are you pumped?
I like Layton initially trying to put a positive spin on it. Well, that's like close to here.
Yeah. It's not
That's
far.
like a few, 4, 5, 6 states away.
That's still in the Continental 48. And then Lance said, well, are you pumped? No.
Okay.
You were positive just 20 seconds ago.
So part of the rule is we can only have one connector.
Right.
So off from Birmingham to Chicago, and then Chicago to, I thought it was Salina. Is it Salina? Salina, Kansas.
We were all saying Salina.
Selena. No, that's what I thought it was Selena, like the singer. Lance used to live in Kansas for a summer, a hot summer. That summer, according to Dunaway, the Garth Brooks song, that was his summer in Kansas.
Well, that's one of the
So
reasons.
I'm assuming he knows.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons we picked it, was to stir up a few memories
Well, yeah.
of that summer in Kansas for him. He talks about it a lot.
Now, I don't know if any of the train, bus, or car will take him through any of those towns. I know he was in Elkhart. I don't know where Elkhart even is. I haven't
But
looked at a map.
they did some road games. Surely the Salina, what would be their mascot? Salukis. The Salina
no idea.
Salukis are one of their team.
The Salina. So if you look on a map, Salina is in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
I mean, it is almost, center of the United States. Now, I am told, I've talked to some people privately about this off the show. I was asked us several times this weekend, where y'all sending Lance? And I've told some people, and I've had this reaction, and I've seen it on Twitter as well. Apparently, it's a very popular exit on your way to Colorado because it's your last shot. Basically, if you don't stop at Salina, there's not much between you and Colorado if you're driving. That's what I'm told.
So if truck driver Brett is, and I know he is, I've seen him in the chat room already, I wonder if he's ever been on that stop on Salina on the way to Colorado.
I don't think you can find an exit Brett has a hit.
Yeah.
I think like you give a random exit number off I-438. Yep, I've been there.
Yeah, he's been to every Stuckey's in America.
That's right. So I don't know. I don't know if Brett's ever been there, but that's what I'm told is it's basically your last good stop if you're driving to Colorado.
Okay, now one reason that this is a punishment, and LT has not realized this yet, is his connector is a challenge when he lands. So he's got to make to see LT pulling an O.J. Simpson the old OJ running through an airport, jumping over luggage, trying to make his connector. And then when he gets to Salina, he's got to figure out a way to get on a train or a bus
or a car. He can do that first. Yeah.
But the way I understand it, Amtrak doesn't do Salina, Kansas.
Well, we looked when we picked Salina, Kansas. We ourselves said, okay, if I was going to do this, how would I book it? And Rockstar was there, you were there, Lance, everybody was in the meeting except for Lance. And basically, you've got one train and one bus out of Salina every morning. And it's early. It's like 4:30, 5:30, train or bus. The thing I discovered, and I've never really looked at this, is in Middle America, our railway system is not the most direct. Like he can't just hop a train to Salina and get to Birmingham. It was going to be a pain.
But can he get on a train in Salina?
He can. I think there was a train stop at Salina. Or did we determine, Rockstar, they had to bus to Wichita to catch a train?
Yeah, like you had to go through Memphis or something like that.
Yeah, like the train from Wichita went through Memphis up to Nashville to Knoxville to Charleston, then to Birmingham. I mean, it was not going to be pleasant for him. There's really no. He's basically, if Lance is smart, and Lance is a smart guy, if he'll stop and figure this out, he's going to have to get to a major city. This is like, we've dropped you in the middle of nowhere. What's the first thing you need to do? I got to get to a major city. I need my Wi-Fi, I need my Starbucks, and I need my train. So that's if he's smart, he'll get to Oak City or Wichita or somewhere like that.
See, Smuff makes a great point. Train doesn't run out of Wichita unless you're pig or cattle. I think the Amtrak, I looked at it, I thought the closest way for a human to ride the train without Josh Pate jumping on the rail and hoboing it is Fort Worth. I think you have to go to Fort Worth.
Well, that's gonna suck for Lance.
Yeah,
so but that's like close.
As Leighton would say.
Yeah, that's sort of close.
Yeah.
It's not Seattle. I just feel like if he'd ended up going to Seattle, he had it all planned out already.
Yeah, I think Zach says this is actually going to work out. You use that rental car first, then the fun stuff begins.
Yeah.
If he'll piece this together, that's his best play. Rental car to a major city, and then go from there. Now, that's assuming, as you said, because we did not realize this until we booked the tickets. He's only got 40 minutes in Chicago. And if you've ever flown from Birmingham to O'Hare, you always have to change terminals.
Yep.
There's never just like, oh, we're in the same terminal.
Now, look, if he misses the connector, that means a night in Chicago, which doesn't seem like punishment. But if you're Lance, that delays the whole trip, unless he decides to use it to burn his car and make the drive to Salina.
Well,
but he's got to go to Salina first.
He's got to get to Salina first.
He's got to touch home tree in Salina first before he comes back.
Right. We're going to need proof of life from Salina.
Yeah. All right. So he's back reliving his magical summer in the Kansas Wooden Bat League, where Garth Brooks sings that great song about where the wheat fields flow. All right. When we come back, we'll do our best and worst of the weekend. Part of our show today being brought to you by Rockstar's guy, who I don't know if he's ever been to Salina, but he's been just about everywhere else.
He's like real close. Adam Mestre of MD Realty. He's a third-generation realtor, born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Whether you're a first-time homeowner or looking for your forever home, Adam can help. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
All right, best and worst of the weekend, plus a little developing news as Public Records gets a email from Texas A&M administrators to Greg Sankey about Nick Saban. What they wanted later this hour as well. It's all right here on the Next Round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the Next Round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Do you want to have the experience of a lifetime and help a great charity at the same time? If you've ever dreamed of taking a few laps around Talladega Superspeedway, now is your chance. Come join us on Saturday, June 18th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. for the Track Laps for Charity. For only $50, you can climb behind the wheel of your own vehicle and take 2 laps around the historic Talladega Superspeedway. But if you don't want to take the drive, you can still come out and tour the Talladega Garage experience for free. Bring the kids and enjoy the Game Zone and Kids Zone, or have your picture taken with the famed Vulcan Trophy in Ruoff Mortgage Victory Lane. All proceeds from the event benefit the United Way of North Talladega County. You can enjoy a day at the track while also supporting a great organization. That's Saturday, June 18th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Talladega Superspeedway. To learn more, visit TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. See you at the track.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Brown's going to pull up some of the best and worst from you guys over in the chat room. We got a couple over here as well. I've got Zach and Sloan who are doing a terrific job of planning this out for LT, though I'm not sure LT will ever want to set foot on a Greyhound bus, but he's got to do some kind of bus some way. We'll see if it ends up being a Greyhound. What Zach and Sloan recommends in just a second after I tell you about the great folks at Precision Sports. Let me ask you a question. Does your shoulder ever hurt after exercising? Brown says yes. Do you ever have a sharp pain in that shoulder after spring cleaning? He doesn't spring clean.
That's a trick question.
And neither do I. But occasionally my shoulder hurts when I wake up because I sleep on that shoulder. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics is here to help you out. They have 9 locations in Birmingham and the metro area to get your life back on track, including the return of hand surgeon Dr. Joseph Sherrill. They are rebuilding champions on and off the field. So make an appointment today to get back into the game. Whatever hurts on you, Precision Sports can help you out. Call them up, 855-219-6200, 855-219-6200, or visit precisionsportsortho.com. That's precisionsportsortho.com, our friends at Precision Sports there. Here's a couple of travel agent guys, at least playing one on television and radio this morning. Zach says he would rent a car to St. Louis, train to Memphis, and bus from Memphis to Birmingham. I don't think LT would enjoy that length of a bus ride. I'm expecting the bus to be the shortest of any of his trip.
And I'm assuming Zach has looked and made sure it's direct, because that was some assumptions. Some of the assumptions we made were that, you can get a train direct from Memphis to Birmingham. Oh, you can't necessarily. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So we looked at that thinking, these are the most direct routes. And sometimes I like his plan. I'm assuming he's vetted that to make sure.
See, I've always pictured, I've never been on a Greyhound bus ride.
I was born in the back of a Greyhound bus.
Were you really?
No, that's
We're on
Highway 41 or whatever it is.
I have always pictured it stopping at every dot on the map to pick somebody up, or at least to look around.
That would take forever.
You gotta open the door. Do they open the door at every train track like the school bus does?
I think they do. Not the train track thing, but I think they stop. Like there's a Greyhound bus stop sign somewhere in Alexander City on the way down to Auburn. I pass it. It's a Greyhound sign. So I assume that if I'm in Alexander City and I want to ride Greyhound somewhere, I go stand under that sign and they stop.
There you go.
You see red and that little wheat trying to buy that. There's a rock and a black alabaster that has no business being there at the end of that wall. We made love under that tree.
Sloan writes in, you want a little as possible on the train and bus. He says he would rent a car from Salina to Meridian, Mississippi. Long ride.
Yeah.
But he says Amtrak leaves in Meridian at 1:37 Thursday. Train to Meridian to Tuscaloosa, and then the bus leaves at 5:30 on Thursday to Birmingham, home at 7.
But do you think Lance is going to try to plan it all out today, or just like, hey, we need to get to this place and then go on from there?
He's trying to make the connector first.
Yeah, that's step one. Which, by the way, what time did his flight leave? He should, unless it got delayed, he should, if we haven't heard from him yet, we could have had a delay. I haven't even checked his flight status. I thought he left at 7:30, right? And that's an hour and a half flight to Chicago. He should be on the ground by now. I'm going to text him and see.
Well, he's scrambling to make his connector.
Well, I'm about to slow him down a little bit if he's on the ground.
You want him to miss it, don't you?
I mean, I want chaos. Listen, I've done a lot of these.
You want chaos.
I want a little bit of chaos.
You want to knock Tennessee out of this trip.
That's right. I'm sitting here in an heavily air-conditioned studio for once watching this play out. I kind of want to see the chaos that you guys normally see with me, right?
Krusty 1001 nails this one. He says, Rockstar, come on. You think Lance is planning this out? That's why Leighton's on the trip. Leighton is planning out this trip at this point.
Leighton, see if we can get a bus.
This Wi-Fi sucks on this plane.
Leighton is saying, Okay, Dad, we can do this. Whatever. Here's the credit card. Whatever.
Now, we've got a corporate credit card, by the way, so let's tap the brakes on that one. We've got a...
it's unlimited spending thanks to our friends at Hemphill Services, Vulcan Tire, and Bud Light Next.
We've got a lister that's been everywhere. I mean, anything we say, a lister's been everywhere. Kurt says, Salina is very nice. Very soft water there. Feels like you never get all the soap off after a shower.
Come on to Salina. We got soft water.
Charles, she goes, we missed a plane on vacation when I was a kid. My mom put us on a Greyhound bus. It was horrible. Really horrible.
I mean, I could see it, man. I almost, of all of these, like long distance flying, you just can't beat. Like if I'm going to go to Chicago, I want to fly. But beyond that, car is my choice. I want to control as much as I can control.
My buddy Benny Mack's taking his family to Greece, and he chose to fly out of Atlanta last night. I think it was 9 or 10 o'clock Eastern, so that the long flight, he would be sleeping. So they're sleeping on the long flight, the 10-hour, 11-hour flight to Greece.
We have a member of our team, our extended team, who reminds us that Salina is the hometown of Ross Bjork, Texas A&M athletic director.
Oh, more on him in the next segment.
Yeah. Also, our team member flipped the Tahoe driving to Vail in 2003 in Salina, Kansas. He says, I hear it's beautiful this time of year.
One of our team members?
Extended team, yes.
Okay.
It's part of our legal squad there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow. So
Flipped
Salina.
the Tahoe. I never knew that.
Yeah. No scars, I assume.
Well, I've never inspected.
All right. So that's where LT.
Really creepy.
That's where LT is headed.
Let me check.
It's time for Best and Worst of the Weekend, brought to you by our friends at Hemphill Services.
Yeah, Hemphill not only part of the sponsorship of Lance's run there, but also part of this show all the time. If something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster has struck. Your next call needs to be Hemphill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill, the only ones we trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Call Hemphill Services now, 205-229-2090. That is 205-229-2090 for Hemphill.
Coming up on the show, Peter Burns at 10:05, so he'll be at the top of the next hour. He's already tweeted out that he's ready to go for his hit at 10:05. He's got his next round T-shirt on, ready to go. Can't beat PB, who was there to watch Arkansas punch their ticket to the College World Series. We'll talk to him about that and some college football. Adam Rittenberg with a lot more college football at 11. And Montana Fouts makes her weekly NIL visit with us coming up at 12:35 later today to set the table for the World Games here in Birmingham, not too far away. But in Best and Worst of the Weekend, man, find me a Best of the Weekend so far that has not included the Tennessee Volunteers getting knocked out.
Well, they dominated Worst of the Weekend last week coming out of the regionals. You weren't here on Monday, but the dude flipping the bird going around first at the end of their game, end of their regional game last week.
Is that the same kid that got ejected for dropping the F-bomb on
that? I don't know.
Yeah.
But
could be. I don't know.
With Tennessee baseball, probably not. There's probably multiple. So that dominated the Worst of the Weekend last year. So I'm not surprised, Jim, that the Best of the Weekend is going to be dominated by Notre Dame beating Tennessee. Like, do you remember Notre Dame and Tennessee had a really good two-game football series in the 90s? I want to say it was maybe 89, 90, 90, 91, somewhere in there. They did a home and home. And as I remember it, both games were terrific. I think Tennessee lost in South Bend, and then the next year came from way back to win in Knoxville. And, like, kicked a field goal late, or Notre Dame missed a field goal late or something. And I remember Alabama fans in this state having the discussion of, God, I don't even know who to pull for in that. Tennessee's playing Notre Dame. What do I pull for in that game? I think most Alabama fans were cheering for Notre Dame in this one.
Yeah, I think 13 SEC fan bases seemed like they were cheering for Notre Dame in that one. A lot of people, including, I think, Robert, you've got him over there, but I think it was Robert or somebody was saying Braves, my Best of the Weekend, even though that National League East race is over, back to what Buster said on our show 2 weeks ago.
Buster's already owned it. Y'all don't feel like you got to keep beating up on Buster. He has absolutely already owned this. He even said his son got upset with him for saying it on our show that the NL East is over, and the Braves have not lost since Buster said that. So you really ought to be thanking Buster. They've won 11 straight. Dunaway, when Buster said that was 2 Thursdays ago. Not this past Thursday, but the week before. The Mets were up 10.5. That lead is now 5.5.
Yep.
The Braves have shaved it in half since Buster said that.
But just think of that. They've won 11 straight games, and they're still 5.5 out.
Yep.
But 5.5 is manageable, of course.
It is certainly manageable. I heard this last night. Scott Griffin told me this. He filled in on the zone last night. He's a big Yankees fan. You could be the Red Sox, who I think over the last 32 or 22-10, and they've lost 2 games to the Yankees in that stretch.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean, keep in mind, it could be worse. Yeah, you're still down 5.5, but you've shaved that lead in half, and we're not even to the All-Star break.
Well, I mean, my Tampa Bay Rays are 35-25, 36-25, 11 games above 500, and we're 9 games out of first place.
You'd be leading half the divisions in baseball.
Yeah, we're 9 games out of first place.
That Yankees team's pretty good.
Yeah, they may be the best team since Tennessee. And I hope the same thing happens to them in the playoffs.
I know, but no, if you're a Braves fan, you've got to be thrilled with the way this team is playing. The bat's been on fire, Acuna. I mean, it's just they've been tremendous in this 11-game run. And your next 2 series, if you'll keep those standings open, they're playing the Washington Nationals, who you find in the basement of the NL East. They are not a good team. And the Chicago Cubs, who are only thing separating them from the basement, are the Cincinnati Reds, who have been awful this year. So you've got 2 bad teams coming up.
Best and worst of the weekend brought to you by Hemphill. Mason writes in, best of the weekend, Daniel Suarez becoming the first Mexican-born driver to win a cup race yesterday in Sonoma. A side note to that is Trackhouse Racing's 3rd win of the year. That's Pitbull's team.
Pitbull and Denny Hamlin? Is that no?
Denny is with Michael
so
Jordan.
It's Pitbull's team, yeah.
Pitbull, I don't know who his other co-owner is, but Pitbull Trackhouse Racing, they've won 3 times already this year.
I'm going to put you on the spot. Do you know their drivers other than Suarez? I'll put you right there on the spot. I'm just I'm sorry to do that. I hate to do that to you.
No. One of them is dadgummit.
I'm pulling it up right now. It's not going to help me a whole lot. Team Trackhouse. Here we go. Winners live here, they tell me, at TrackHouseRacing.com.
They're right this year. They won 3.
Team Trackhouse.
Ross Chastain says Brooks.
All right, number 1, Ross Chastain. Number 99, Daniel Suarez. They've got 2 drivers.
And they've won 3
times.
3
races. Good for them. Good for Pitbull, man. He's finally catching a break in life.
So his worst of the weekend was the umpire in the Oregon State Auburn opener. Yeah, Super Regional, Game 1.
Yeah, my Saturday night was super tied up, so I didn't get to watch a whole lot of that. But I heard the guy was just all over the place on the strike zone.
He was, but nothing like the umpire in the Tennessee game in the first game.
Oh, was it that bad?
I mean, I don't want to side with Tennessee here, but I mean, some of those balls and strikes were all over the place.
And I don't want to dog out college baseball umpiring because I'm sure you've got some good ones. But keep in mind, Major League umpiring, you got a ton of those guys. And then you got a ton of guys in AAA, AA, and single A that are trying to work their way up. Then you're down to NCAA baseball umpiring. So, I mean, you're going through a lot of guys just to get down to college baseball
Those
umpiring.
guys work hard, though. I was at my pool watching the selection show a couple of weekends ago. He had just come from I believe it was the Sun Belt tournament where he had umped all week. And he was waiting to get his destination, watching the selection show, and then he was going to find out what regional he was going to.
So he lives here in town?
Yeah.
Did you ask him a lot? I mean, I'm just curious.
I did not ask him many questions, except I asked him 2, and I was way off base on both of them. And
what'd you ask him?
Well, the first one was, oh, wow, well, I assume you'll be going to Auburn since you live here close. And he's like, just the opposite. They'll be sending us as far away as possible. You know, they get you out of your region.
Right.
I was like, oh, okay. That doesn't sound economically smart, but okay.
But all right. We got tons of money in the NCAA, obviously.
And I asked him one other question, and he's like, no, that's totally wrong again.
Yeah. Hey, I tell you what, I'm going to go over and get a Truly.
Yeah, big fan of the show.
That's right.
So I just backed off with my questions at that point. And he was tied in. He was watching the selection show and waiting to get his phone.
Where he's going, and Jimmy D's peppered him with questions.
It keeps updating his email to get his flight plans. He wanted to go as far away as possible. You know, like a good trip.
Yeah, get a good trip out of it.
Just the opposite of LT. He wanted to go as far away as possible. All right, more on what is going on with your best and worst of the weekend when we come back. But also, open record, you get to find out some behind-the-scenes stuff. And it has come out what Texas A&M's AD and president wanted to happen to Nick Saban after his comments about Texas A&M's recruiting. And it may have been a little emotional even from the AD at Texas A&M, who, by the way, is from Salina, Kansas, where LT's on his way. What Ross Bjork wanted to happen to Nick Saban when we come back right here on the next round.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES-1, or callwaynes.com.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 280-119 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Do you want to have the experience of a lifetime and help a great charity at the same time? If you've ever dreamed of taking a few laps around Talladega Superspeedway, now is your chance. Come join us on Saturday, June 18th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. for the Track Laps for Charity. For only $50, you can climb behind the wheel of your own vehicle and take 2 laps around the historic Talladega Superspeedway. But if you don't want to take the drive, you can still come out and tour the Talladega Garage experience for free. Bring the kids and enjoy the Game Zone and Kids Zone, or have your picture taken with the famed Vulcan Trophy in Ruoff Mortgage Victory Lane. All proceeds from the event benefit the United Way of North Talladega County. You can enjoy a day at the track while also supporting a great organization. That's Saturday, June 18th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Talladega Superspeedway. To learn more, visit TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. See you at the track.
Oh. Gary in the chat room. Patrick has me pulling for the Avalanche in the Stanley Cup against me. Lunsford from the back row. I'm pulling for the Meteor.
Are those two? So the Lightning and the Avalanche are Predators.
Two hungry fan bases. I mean, the
hungry
Avalanche
fan bases. Y'all been there 3 times.
Yeah, it's hard to three-peat though, Brown. We're hungry, man.
I mean, this is
a stupid statement.
What? It's hard to three-peat. We're hungry.
Yeah.
Avalanche are pretty good too. They won a few as well. It's been a while though for them. It starts on Wednesday. Just happy to be there, man. Just happy to be there. 75 days away from the start of the college football season. Let's show you some video from Willie's pressure washing team out here. They took care of LT's yard and everything, driveway and pool area.
Right.
Amazing services here. I mean, it takes you hours with one nozzle to pressure wash everything. The folks at Willie's can get it done like that. No headache for you.
Yeah, your home, your business, your financial investment. If you wanted to look brand new again, call the team at Willie's Pressure Washing. They are able to offer a variety of power and soft washing options tailored to your unique needs. From residential and commercial spaces to industrial equipment and beyond, they have the right equipment and technicians to clean your dirtiest messes. Cleaning your patio, driveway, windows, and home exterior can be a back-breaking chore. Let Willie's Pressure Washing do the hard work for you. The team at Willie's did some great work for LT's house recently. They're coming to my house, and they've got the area looking great just in time for the summer. Call them today, 963-2000. That's 205-963-2000 for Willie's Pressure Washing. Tell them the next round sent you when you call 963-2000. And
they work on sunny days as well, not just when it rains, as in that video. Hey, after Nick Saban's comments about Texas A&M NIL recruiting that was made here in Birmingham, Ross Bjork and the president of Texas A&M sent a letter and email to Greg Sankey in the SEC offices, basically complaining and asking for action from the SEC. In the open records laws, this letter and this email has come to light now. In it, Ross Bjork says Coach Saban's statement is false, beneath the dignity of the SEC, and corrosive to the fabric of sportsmanship in college football as a whole, and especially within the SEC. Later, he goes on to say, and this is what he wanted, a public apology from Coach Saban to Coach Fisher, Aggie football, and Texas A&M University is a good starting point, but the league should also consider monetary and participation penalties against Coach Saban. Thank you for your concern and prompt attention to this serious matter. They wanted Saban not only fined monetarily, but also to miss a college football game.
Yeah, and we joked in the office before the show. I said, and Mr. Sankey, allow us to recommend he miss October 8th. And quickly, you and I both were like, no, that is the last thing you would want to do.
Yes.
If you're Texas A&M. You want him missing week 1. You do not want him missing October 8th.
You would want him to be there for that one.
That's right. Don't add any fuel to what is already going to be a raging fire in that game. That's pretty amazing, though, that they were calling for him to be suspended.
Yeah, and I assume they hit send before Jimbo Fisher's news conference.
Potentially, I don't know,
because you don't send that after your coach goes out there. In fact, Forrester, give me cut number 5 here. Remember the day after. We all have seen what Nick Saban said 1,000 times,
right?
But remember the day after when Jimbo Fisher?
Oh, I do. Yes,
got up there, and you're wanting the Alabama coach to be suspended from games. I assume you hit send before your head coach was doing this.
It's a shame that we have to do this. It's really despicable. You're taking shots at 17-year-old kids and their families. We bought every player on this group. We never bought anybody. No rules were broken. It's despicable that a reputable head coach could come out and say this when he doesn't get his way or things don't go his way. The narcissist in him doesn't allow those things to happen. The parity in college football he's been talking about, go talk to coaches who coach for him. You'll find out all the parity. Some people think they're God. Go dig into how God did his deal. You may find out about a guy that a lot of things you don't want to know. When you walk on water, I guess, it don't matter. My dad always told me this. When people show you who they are, believe them. He's showing you who he is. Oh, he's called.
You just didn't take the call?
Not going to. We're done. I don't cheat and I don't lie.
That is Jimbo Fisher. They ended up being reprimanded publicly.
Both of them, yes.
Yeah.
To my knowledge, Saban has not been suspended or monetarily fined, as Ross Bjork called for. So
they got the old, hey, not cool.
Yeah, let's don't do that again now. You think the Bjork letter to Sankey came before that or after that?
I think they probably sent that pretty quickly.
I don't know. I mean, you could be right about that. It feels like Jimbo was banging on the table, and this is his AD, who has publicly taken his back on this very strongly, his AD having to keep his coach happy. Like, I'm sure Jimbo was in there saying, I want you to do everything in your power to get Nick Saban punished for this. And this is Bjork saying, okay, I'll ask him to be suspended and fined. It's not going to happen.
But you know all these things come out. You don't write that letter unless you know it. You know it's going to come out eventually.
Yes, I am often surprised, though, at what coaches and ADs have texted knowing that their records are open to the freedom of information. So sometimes I think they forget that.
All right, so that's what Texas A&M wanted to happen to Nick Saban. We'll talk to Peter Burns about the SEC baseball the SEC baseball super regionals, how they punched their tickets to Omaha in the College World Series. What's ahead tonight for Auburn as they try to become the fourth SEC team to make it to the College World Series. We'll also ask Peter what he learned down at the SEC meetings in Destin when it comes to football in the aftermath of Jimbo and Nick. Peter's coming up next. The show's being brought to you by the great folks at Mortgage Right. Getting pre-approved in today's competitive market is a game changer, and Mortgage Right's the perfect leader to help you land your dream home right now with their upfront underwriting program. You can understand your budget, minimize home buying setbacks, and shop with certainty when you have an underwriter's stamp of approval backing you from the folks at Mortgage Right. Be better than the competition by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
This hour of the Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
A legendary coach once said, it's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win. Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart system. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch. St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Auburn's one win away from the College World Series. It's do or die tonight, 6:30 in Corvallis, Oregon against Oregon State. Auburn won game 1, Oregon State won game 2. 6:30 ESPN2 tonight for Auburn and Oregon State. That would be the last ticket to punch for the College World Series. The SEC already has 3 teams out there, Texas A&M, Arkansas, and Ole Miss. Looking forward to that game. Tennessee, the number 1 overall seed, got knocked out by Notre Dame yesterday, and so that continues the tradition. Only 1999 Miami has been the number 1 overall seed to go and win the national championship since they started seeding teams back in 1999. The headlines being brought to you by the folks at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place for your son or daughter to call home, check out Montevallo. Montevallo.edu, Montevallo.edu. Great liberal arts school just south of Birmingham, right here in the central part of Alabama. 75 majors in a list that continues to grow. 21 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports for you there. A 14-to-1 student-professor ratio where your son or daughter can succeed academically. Check them out online and schedule an in-person tour, montevallo.edu. The Braves have won 11 straight. We got Game 5, crucial Game 5 tonight in the NBA Finals. Celtics and Warriors tied at 2 apiece. That's 8 o'clock on ABC. The Warriors are a 3.5-point favorite. All right, Brownie, give us an update on LT. You just got a text. What does the text say?
The text says, I asked him, have you landed yet? And on the ground yet? I sent that text at 9:34. Lance texted back at the end of the hour, or no, at 9:35, not yet close, which means he had his phone on before they said you can. And then at 9:58, landed, taxiing. This is legit going to be close.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. So the connection to Salina, Kansas is very much in question right now. And when we were booking this, we looked, there really is only one a day. I think there was only one available today. And there are not many flights that go to Salina. So he's going to have a very difficult decision to make. Like if tomorrow's is full, I don't know what he's going to do, but Lance from the ground in O'Hare, at O'Hare, this is legit going to be close. He may not make the connector.
So chaos is rolling already. Chaos as well in the college baseball road to Omaha for the number 1 overall seed, Tennessee. Let's bring in Peter Burns right here, the SEC Network, a guy who actually took the family to watch the Hogs punch their ticket out there. Peter, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well, although I'm doing better than Rockstar. Because I tell you about some of the drama that just happened behind the scenes here at Double Down Media. Can we do this?
Sure,
yeah,
we love
always.
behind-the-scenes drama.
Okay, good. So, he calls too early.
Yeah.
I was told 11:05,
Yep.
and so he calls at 11:02. And so I pick up going, all right, well, I'm ready to go. And then he hangs up. So then I'm thinking, all right, did I hang up? Am I the idiot here? Or do I have a bad connection? So then I'm kind of worried because I want to come on and talk some ball with you guys. Then he finally calls at 11:05. Then he says it's his fault. He called too early. And then he tries to tell me a parakeet joke while I'm like taking some medicine. And I don't laugh at his parakeet joke. So then he tries to explain the parakeet joke. And it was just all awkwardness.
What was the joke?
Your name being Peter, I said, if you ever get a parakeet, name it Petey from Dumb and Dumber. And I go, because Petey didn't have a head. And it was 1, 2, 3. And I go, Dumb and Dumber. And he goes, no, I got it.
I felt bad because I'm sitting here it was so awkward. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I feel bad because he's trying to tell this joke. It wasn't a really funny joke, but you told it.
Awful.
And yeah, and I felt bad that I left you hanging there. So
hilarious.
That's okay.
Oh, I got it.
No, I got it.
Rockstar keeps a ranking of people we call to be on the show who are not always very nice or don't give him a lot when he calls. You may now be on the top 10 list.
No, you haven't. You haven't
that is
made it yet,
always
my friend.
weird. Well, yeah, because I always feel weird because normally we get so busy and you get a lot of these requests that when they call, you get one of two different things. One, a producer wants to just have this full-blown conversation, and I'm always Rockstar, I think I'm fairly nice to you, right?
You've always been nice. You've always been cordial.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. But then sometimes you get guys who be like, all right, hey, you're coming on, and that you could clearly know the producer has no idea who you are or why the host want to talk to you. And they're like, is this Peter? Yeah, I guess the guys want to have you on the show. So, hang tight.
I guess the guy.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, bottom of the barrel Tuesday is what we call this.
Yeah. Just couldn't find anybody else in the family. Okay.
I always love the ones that try to explain to you how it all works. They're like, all right, I'm going to put you on hold now. You'll hear a sound, and then they'll talk to you. You'll be talking to Peter and Dari in just a second. All right.
Okay.
And they'll ask me a question,
right?
and I should answer the question? Is that the way you want me to do this? It's really good. Hey, so let's start with first Tennessee, right? And this team was dominant. And you watched a lot of these games sitting in the studio at the SEC Network. This team was dominant, and they put on a show. Now, not everybody loved the show they put on, but they put on a show in college baseball. Are you surprised, first off, that they're not in Omaha? And secondly, are you surprised by the reaction around the SEC to their defeat?
No, yes. And the reason why I say that is like I am surprised that they're not in Omaha, right? I mean, they top to bottom, they were the best team all season long. Okay, except for this last series, because pitching-wise, they were incredible. The number 1 ERA. There wasn't a weak part of this lineup. You couldn't pitch around anybody. They all had power. But I'm not surprised because baseball is just a weird-ass sport, right? I mean, you catch somebody at the wrong time at the wrong place, and sure enough, what happened? So, we look at Arkansas last year. Arkansas did not lose an SEC series, guys. Remember last year, and they beat NC State the first game of the Super Regional like 21-2. Like they were the biggest no-brainer to make it to Omaha, and then they lose 2 straight at home. And you're like, what the hell just happened? So, that just goes to show you how crazy it is and how hard it is to get to Omaha. And then you look at Ole Miss, right? They were maybe the last team in the field, and they're in Omaha. So it's a strange sport. As far as your secondary question about are you surprised? Oh, no, I'm not surprised that everybody hated this Tennessee team. Like, you hate people that have a certain swagger about them. And Tennessee lived and died by that all season long. So, I mean, listen, the fact that you got Lane Kiffin being able to drop the absolute hammer tweet on Rocky Top fans yesterday was incredible. I mean, I'm sure you guys have y'all talked about that with Lane? What happened with Lane?
Yeah. It's Forrester is showing it to the video audience right now, where Lane loves twisting the knife on those people in Knoxville.
It is just fantastic. And that's Lane delivering as Lane normally delivers. But yeah, I mean, again, I love this Tennessee team because I rarely do I have an opinion about a baseball team. Like Auburn's going to play tonight at Oregon State, and I love Butch Thompson. I love Gabe Gross, the hitting coach. Sonny DiChiara has been a great, storyline in Mason Barnett's going to be on the bump for them. I like this kid. He pitched well against UCLA, but it doesn't stir a nationwide audience. Tennessee baseball, everybody had an opinion about it. And I think that's good for the sport of college baseball. Like we need to have villains. We need to have opinions about teams. Now, I think it sucked that Frank Anderson, their pitching coach, was not there. That's a brutal blow because they probably could have used him in the dugout along with Tony Vitello to handle the bullpen yesterday when they kind of exploded. But listen, I'll always remember that Tennessee team. And that's not necessarily I don't know if that's a good or bad thing.
Peter Burns with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline at Peter Burns, ESPN on Twitter. You see him on the SEC Network here. I'm on Sirius XM. We'll get to the Auburn series in a moment because they wrap it tonight one way or the other. I do want to touch on Ole Miss, though, who did not allow Southern Miss to score a run. I mean, that's pretty remarkable in the Super Regional. Did not allow them to score a run. But, Peter, on a broader sense, there's no mystery about Mike Bianco. I mean, his job was in jeopardy, obviously. He came into the postseason probably getting fired, and now here he is in Omaha. That's an incredible turnaround for this team.
Yeah, and I mean, it goes to show you, too, is that, there were a lot. I think the reason why he was up against the wall is because the same reason why Mark Richt was up against the wall at Georgia after a while. It's like, listen, we're good, but how do we punch through? Especially when you see Arkansas or you see Mississippi State and other teams punching through, they haven't had that opportunity to get, to bring it all the way home. I said Arkansas, but I know they haven't won it all yet. But, for them to make that run, especially coming off the heels of being kind of ranked number one at the beginning of the season, right? They had a good squad last year. They bring most people back, and that they felt they were great, but they went into this huge slump, and then all of a sudden to bring it back. So, again, I think it's still important for Bianco to have this amount of success right there. And I don't think it's a great team, guys. I think it's a good team. I think he's had much better teams top to bottom, but he has leadership. And if you got a guy like Tim Elko on leading your squad, you got a damn shot at anything because guys will rally around one player. And Auburn's got that with DiChiara. They've got that with Elko because he's been there for so long. So, again, I think people look at things going, we got to change. But just because you make a change doesn't mean it is always going to work. And you could talk about Auburn football in ways for many different ways about that as well, too. But I'm happy for them, and Ole Miss is. I mean, they're gonna travel well to Omaha. We'll put it that way.
So Auburn's Sonny DiChiara, Sonny D, has been a great story all year long, hitting the jacks. I'm watching I think it was his first at bat in Game 1, and it's like a breaking ball strike, and then you throw him a fastball right in the heart of the plate. Why would you ever throw that guy a flat pitch straight over the plate? The guy is a monster. How much fun is it watching Sonny DiChiara hit the baseball this year?
Well, Jim, I'm glad you brought it up because I think it's even more impressive than anything that Tennessee did this year. And the reason why I say that is that they had so many good bats in there. They set the record for, this year for the most home runs. But that's because they could apply pressure and they could put a pitcher in a tough spot. Like, DiChiara doesn't have the guys and the bats around him in that lineup that protects him, right? Like, there was not a weak link in 1 through 9, and there really isn't that much for Auburn, but he didn't have a guy going, well, we got to pitch around DiChiara, or we can pitch around DiChiara because nobody else really scares us. They kind of feel that way. I mean, DiChiara's getting to the point where you look at it and go, we're pitching around him. Like, we're not necessarily going to intentionally walk him every time. And we're not going to Tony La Russa 1-2 count, put him on base like La Russa did in baseball a couple weeks ago or last week. But
right.
The fact that he can still know that he's only going to get 1 or 2 pitches in at bat that are hittable at this point, and he still does that is incredible. And And I mean, you guys know a little bit of his story, but he told me that story on Sirius XM for the first time, and I don't think he had really publicized it, about how sick he was as a kid. Almost had to stop playing sports at all because I think it was something leaking in his, in his brain and his spine, that they basically said, you're not allowed to play anything. And he told his parents, like around age 12, like, I got to play something. And so they're like, all right, you can play baseball. And the fact that, one break, if he goes to one doctor's appointment and they don't see this little small thing, we never see the greatness that is Sonny DiChiara. Like, that's, talk about a razor thin margin and a butterfly effect of greatness that we're getting to experience right now. And we almost didn't get a chance to see it.
When you look in Omaha, we SEC fans love to do this. If Auburn wins tonight, and then you say, by the way, don't forget Oklahoma and Texas are joining this league soon. I mentioned to Jim, it might be the stick and ball sports that this improves the most in the SEC, Peter. I mean, football's one thing. Oklahoma and Texas have a good history, but when you look at what they do right now in baseball and women's softball, this addition may affect those two sports more than any in the SEC.
No doubt. Track and field as well. You look at golf. I mean, again, I know we look through the prism of everything college football because that's what dominates the commentary and dominates the revenue. But it's not just those decisions. It's Vic Schaefer in Texas women's hoops that are going to be fantastic. I mean, Oklahoma and Texas have had some good basketball teams in the past as well. So, yeah, I mean, it's going to be, we kind of joked around about it, but you look at how good the conference is now. We didn't have Vanderbilt. We didn't have Florida. We didn't have LSU or Mississippi State really have that team. Tennessee didn't go. I mean, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility. You could be looking at a College World Series here in, 3 or 4 years, whenever they come into the league, and say, SEC has 6 of the 8, or they have 7 of the 8 teams that are playing in Omaha. And that's another reason why that when Texas and Oklahoma thought, hey, we're interested in leaving the Big 12, it was a no-brainer. And it was a no-brainer for any conference to go ahead and say, yeah, why don't you come over here? Because they are damn good brands, even if we don't know what the football product may be.
All right, one more. Back to your SEC meetings. We haven't talked to you since you were down in Destin. What was your one big takeaway? And let's leave Saban and Jimbo out of this. Actual on the field, things we discussed about the future. Maybe it's Oklahoma and Texas coming and scheduling. What was your big takeaway from SEC meetings?
Real quick, in order, I was really impressed with Billy Napier. Everything he said reminded me of Kirby Smart when he first took over, and I came away really impressed with Napier. I was really impressed with Brian Harsin, the conversations that I had. I never had a chance to talk, from football on and off the microphone with him, and I was really impressed with him. But I think the biggest thing is that the 1736 is not even close to being decided, nor do they need to decide it right now. And, I wouldn't be surprised, guys, if they look at doing something going like, all right, we're going to do 1-7 for a couple of years and then turn it into 3-6. Like, I started thinking about that yesterday about how many teams have, they've already have their full 4 non-conference game schedules already scheduled, right? Like, normally we do these scheduling in 10 years in advance anymore. So I'm wondering if the league looks at this and goes, all right, maybe we launch with the 1-7, clear the schedules off everybody, and then go to 3-6. I don't know. That's something I started thinking about after Destin, because it didn't look like there was going to be any movement either way. And again, I think people are getting way caught up in this, and the fact of, like, if you look at it, the worst case scenario, you're going to play a team every other year. I think that's a bad thing. Like, I like the Ryder Cup because I don't get it every year, right? I get the Ryder Cup every other year, and it almost builds up even more anticipation. So, as much as we love, it needs to be 3-6 or 1-7, at the end of the day, I don't think it's necessarily going to matter a whole hell of a lot.
Yeah, and see, that I grew up here, lifelong Bama guy, and been around Alabama, Tennessee my whole life. But if you're telling me I get to see everybody in the league when you bring in Oklahoma and Texas every other year, I'm okay only seeing Tennessee every other year. Give me Alabama, Auburn every year, and then I'll take Alabama, Tennessee, Alabama, LSU, Alabama, Georgia, Alabama, Oklahoma, Alabama, Texas A&M. A lot of those every other year. I can't be upset with that.
Absolutely, and I guarantee you, the league, they've got all these fancy computers and simulations. They can look at the historical preferences or how this historical part of teams, where they're at right now and right here, and they'll run all these calculations. And I guarantee you, they can show on a 1-7 and 3-6 the way that they're going to balance it. It almost equals the same.
Yeah.
Right? So there's not going to be – and anything's going to be better than the fact that Auburn has to play the SEC West and they're going to play Georgia every single year. Like at a full stop, we are going to be in a better spot when we go to this new scheduling than the competitive imbalance that we have right here, right now.
And the last thing you want is to bring Oklahoma and Texas in this league. And if you're a fan, to wait, 5 years, 10 years before I get Oklahoma and Texas on my campus. And if you're Oklahoma and Texas, you don't want to have to come into this league and wait 5 years or 10 years before you get Alabama and Georgia on your campus.
The amount of people that have reached out to me that have said, and I've heard this from Alabama season ticket holders going, what am I getting for the bang of the buck? Like I don't get great games right now at home. And I think now with money being at a premium, to make sure, you want to put butts in the seat, you got to give me better matchups. And I think that's what we're going to get, or else you're going to lose a lot of legacy season ticket holders at this point.
All right, he is Peter Burns. Go follow him on Twitter at Peter Burns, ESPN. Watch him on the SEC Network here on Sirius XM Radio. Peter, thank you for the time. Have a great week. It is always fun talking with you.
And I just hope Rockstar has better jokes for me next time. That's all I'm asking, Rockstar. Do your homework, baby.
Take care, Petey.
Jelly or jam, Rockstar. Jelly or jam.
I'll tell him
Let's stick with that one, yes. All right, that's Peter Burns on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
By the way, Mom happened to be listening to the end of the show.
There's a stunner.
Yeah. End of the show.
Horrible timing. When we come back, quick tease, I just got a text from Lance. He has made an error I cannot believe he made that may cost him the flight to Salina.
Okay, that's coming up. Meanwhile, JM over in the chat room says, I have found a bar in Salina called Big Booty Trudy's.
Oh, my.
So we need a picture from Big Booty Trudy. Somebody text LT says, we need a picture of Big Booty Trudy.
Big Booty Trudy's. Is that an adult club or is that a bar?
I don't know. JM, let me know.
A daycare.
A daycare, maybe.
Big Booty Trudy. Maybe you can only bring an 18-wheeler in there. You got to be hauling something. Part of the show being brought to you by Lance's Lock every day. It is brought to you by our friends at Hemphill Services. Our friends at Hemphill, if something's not running right, draining right, or flowing right, they will hook you up. Adam and Chad, great people right here. They put together a team that will fix it. They'll fix it right. They'll fix it the first time. But here's my favorite part. They'll fix it at a fair price. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services. Call them now, 205-229-2090. 229-2090. Lance will send out the lock later on at The Lance Taylor on Twitter, most likely, unless he forgets. At The Lance Taylor. You can get all his plays at lanceslock.com. Remember the name Hemphill.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
Do you want to have the experience of a lifetime and help a great charity at the same time? If you've ever dreamed of taking a few laps around Talladega Superspeedway, now is your chance. Come join us on Saturday, June 18th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. for the track laps for charity. For only $50, you can climb behind the wheel of your own vehicle and take 2 laps around the historic Talladega Superspeedway. But if you don't want to take the drive, you can still come out and tour the Talladega Garage experience for free. Bring the kids and enjoy the game zone and kids zone, or have your picture taken with the famed Vulcan Trophy in Ruoff Mortgage Victory Lane. All proceeds from the event benefit the United Way of North Talladega County. You can enjoy a day at the track while also supporting a great organization. That's Saturday, June 18th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Talladega Superspeedway. To learn more, visit TalladagaSuperspeedway.com. See you at the track.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not-for-all-ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Did you find another bar?
Well, Scott's giving me all this Big Nose Kate's.
Big Nose Kate's. So we've got Big Booty Judy's and Big Nose Kate's.
What are they naming their bars in Salina?
Does Big Nose Kate's have a website?
Not working.
Our internet blocks Big Nose Kate's. I wouldn't want Big Nose Kate's to be the gentleman's club, I don't think.
Scroll down. Let's see if we get a description over here, Rockstar, on Big Nose Kate's. Oh, they got a Facebook page. Hit that Facebook page. There you go.
Oh, Big Nose Kate's.
Paramount present late the pub crawl. The Voo Chick. God,
the Voo Chucks.
That is a really confusing graphic they've got at Big
Ad
Nose
Astra Penny, I think.
Those are the bands?
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
For the late Saint Pub Crawl at Big Nose.
Would you go to Big Nose Kate's, Rockstar?
I'm not sure I went to Big Booty Trudy's.
Scrolling down, see if we got some pictures.
I would go to Big Booty Trudy's first before I'd go to Big Nose Kate's.
You have to log into Facebook to see
that
it.
is such a pain the way they do that on Facebook. I sometimes just want to scroll and look at their stupid stuff.
Part of our show today, in the meantime, is being brought to you by the great folks at Wayne's. Right now, we got the best deal in Wayne's history for our Next Round listeners. The best deal ever.
It's a great savings, and it's something you really, really need. Listen, if you're worried about rodents in your home and you don't know what to do about it, Wayne's does. It's called Smart Pest. And here's what they do. They set up a monitoring system that monitors 24/7 for rodents. The moment they catch one, the moment they see one, that system proactively communicates to Wayne's. Wayne's comes out, exterminates the issue, and you're done with it, right? If you don't have that monitoring system, you could have an infestation before you even know they're there. Wayne's doesn't allow that to happen. It's called Smart Pest. Get on board now. We're going to help you save. 866-WAYNES1. 866-WAYNES1. As always, use the code TNR for the next round, TNR, and you are going to save $100 off your initial Smart Pest service. Great savings. Like Dunaway said, this is a great deal, best we've offered, and it's a limited time. 866-WAYNES1, 866-WAYNES, and the number 1.
Auburn baseball tonight, 6:30 ESPN2. UConn and Stanford before that at 3 on ESPN2. The last 2 tickets to punch their way to the College World Series. Texas A&M, Arkansas, and Ole Miss already there from the SEC. Boston and Golden State game 5 tonight. Golden State a 3.5-point favorite at home, 8 o'clock on ABC. Time now for Hemphill Services, Vulcan Tire, Bud Light Next update of LT's bracket challenge punishment. You teased that he had made a mistake. What was the mistake?
We got to get, I'm sure it will be a colorful explanation of what happened. Very colorful. But we got to get an explanation here. So Lance said the flight was late for whatever getting to Chicago, so they're going to be tight anyway. I think they had to change 2 terminals.
Was he on Southwest?
I have no idea.
In the Midway? No, United, I think, right?
He had to go E gates to C gates. E terminal to C, I think, it was the order of operation there. So he was going to have to change a couple of terminals, which you frequently have to do. If you've ever flown into O'Hare, that little commuter from Birmingham lands like way out on the very edge of their terminals, and you always have to change over, right? I think you only have 40 minutes to do it. So he texted me 12 minutes ago and said, flight leaves in 19 minutes. We're waiting on a bag. They made me valet. So one of 2 things happened. Either Lance brought a bag that was too big for the overhead, which I can't believe Lance would make that mistake, or the overheads were full and he had to check it right there at the plane.
Yeah, it's such an early flight. I could see him being the last person to make it through ticketing.
I've flown with Lance, and by and large, now he was doing some video work for us too, but by and large, Lance likes to get there at the last possible moment.
He cuts it close.
He cuts it close. I've flown with him. Odds that the bag was full of shoes. What would be your odds on that one? You think he checks his shoes or carries his shoes on?
He didn't know where he was going, but it's a time of year where I don't think he had to do any boots or anything like that. I would say he's got 5 pair of shoes with him.
5 pair.
I would go with 2.
I would go with 1.
The pair I'm wearing, maybe one other.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I would have some kind of sneaker or tennis shoe, and I would have something to wear if we had to go have a
cocktail party,
a pants dinner.
Right.
Yeah.
So Lance got trapped at the gate there waiting on his bag, and he said Leighton, his daughter, who is also the videographer, her bags are on their way to Kansas.
Oh,
so
crap.
all her stuff's on the way to Kansas.
So if they don't make the flight, she's stranded with nothing.
Without bags, yes.
It's a good start to the day.
That's a fantastic start.
Yeah,
That's why this first update, whenever it happens, and he has said, as soon as I get settled, wherever I'm settled, I'll check in. It's going to be colorful.
It's
just ridiculous.
We got to go shopping for Leighton.
That's right.
Yeah, but the good thing is shopping in Chicago. What could go wrong there?
It's cheap, right?
Yeah. All right, so that's what's happening in LT's bracket challenge. He'll be home whenever he can make it home, but the only way he can get home whenever he gets to Salina, Kansas, is by car, bus, and train. He's got to do all 3 of those to get back. That's the bracket punishment this year. Time for Rockstar's viewing menu before we get back into college football. It's brought to you today, Rocky, by our friends at New Life Art. Tell us about New Life, Brownie.
I will tell you about New Life Art. It's our buddy Daniel A. Moore. They've been bringing you memorable sports moments for more than 40 years. 800-735-2787. DanielMooreArt.com. See the great limited edition Bryce Young, signed by Bryce Young. They did an NIL deal with Bryce to get him to sign these. You can see more at DanielMooreArt.com. DanielMooreArt.com, a rock star.
When I say the network A&E, what do you think of? What show?
Arts and Entertainment.
No, what show?
Law and Order.
It doesn't come on A&E.
Did it used to?
No, I don't think so.
I bet it did.
Maybe way back in the day.
A&E. I think Storage Wars.
You're so old, Joe.
No, that's Discovery.
I'm going to say A&E is Real Housewives.
No.
It's Bravo.
No, A&E was...
why don't you tell us?
This is not going as I thought it was.
Hang on. No, there was a famous show on A&E. Behind the Music. No, it's VH1.
VH1. Well, they all show Intervention and Hoarders. They were the Hoarders Network.
I would have never remembered.
So they have a new show premiering tonight at 9 p.m. on A&E, Digital Addiction. 2 stories are featured. Beth hides behind the safety of her devices until her family and friends confront her about how she cares more for her devices than for them. Then Brandon only has in-person relationships with his phone and the strangers he meets on hookup apps.
Oh, wow.
So this is like an intervention for people that are addicted to their phones and social media.
Yeah. A lot of people saying First 48. Was it on A&E?
Yeah, that's 10:30 on Epic's Drive-In. Something that I liked. It's when the Cheech and Chong kind of jumped the shark. I think this is the 84. I used to love it as a kid. The Corsican brothers. Anybody ever see this?
I remember the name, but I never saw it.
They were the brothers that they felt the other's pain.
Oh,
so
that's right. Yeah,
the
Corsican twins. Yeah.
If I hit Jim,
I remember that now.
Brown feels it. So they have to go to the gallows, and they keep pushing each other who gets to go first. Like, I'll go first. I'll go first. I'll go first. It's one of the funniest
That's pretty
things.
funny.
So that's
the Corsican twins. I remember that now.
Nick writes in the chat room, Rockstar, before you continue. Funny, you guys do that Wayne's commercial while they're showing up to do my grass treatment.
Wow, how about that? Thank you for supporting Next Round sponsors.
And Jody says he watched Pinky Blinders Season 6 this weekend, and it was fantastic.
Yeah, I gave up on that. Maybe I should go back. My wife and I did start Mad Men, and we are through like 5 episodes, and it is really good. I thank every one of you that has told me I needed to watch it. So far, we have greatly enjoyed Mad Men.
Yeah, it hits a
different world back then.
Hits a roadblock about halfway through.
Oh, does it really?
Yeah, it got a little boring to me at some point, but I loved the first 3 years.
Okay, so I'm in for 3 seasons at least.
Yep. When Draper goes to L.A. by the pool, let me know if you like anything after that.
Okay,
that's called the roadblock episode.
Yeah,
that's where we fall off the cliff. All right, gotcha.
When the women start getting a voice of the office, it all changes for me.
Oh, so it turns into fiction.
no smoking, and the women get equal rights.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Every other TV show now. Anything else, Rockstar, you're watching?
That's it.
You can watch Auburn tonight. It's 6:30 on ESPN2 as they try to punch the ticket. Golf over the weekend.
Yeah, man.
Rory McIlroy wins the traditional tour event, the Canadian Open. U.S. Open is this week, right?
It is this week. And by the way, we're doing a contest with our friends at Dr. Pepper, nextroundlive.com. You can go see it there. You register, pick who you think will win the U.S. Open. Whoever wins this contest, you're going to pick the winner. We'll just most money won, and if there's a tie, we'll draw out of those with a tie. You win a day with me and Dunaway. You get to come up here for the last hour of the show, you and a friend, and then we're going to go play golf.
Yeah, take you to lunch and play a little golf.
That's right. So go register, nextroundlive.com, nextroundlive.com, presented by our friends at Dr. Pepper.
I've added take you to lunch to the day with Dunaway and Brown because I don't want to go play golf without eating lunch after the show.
Well, but we may have to eat at the golf course where we're going, if that's okay with
Or we
everyone.
can eat the final hour up here. I don't care. I just need
way,
food.
We'll order lunch, yes. So anyway, U.S. Open coming up this week, the Country Club, Brookline, Mass. It is going to be interesting because Phil Mickelson meets the media. I think it's today. I think he's first out of the chute after not playing very well in his first competitive tournament back. He was playing in the LIV Tour. It was almost as if the PGA Tour staged Sunday because the two most vocal supporters of the PGA Tour who have been critical of the guys that have gone over and done this LIV Tour, Rory McIlroy and Justin Thomas, and they're going head-to-head at the Canadian Open. And really, if you enjoy golf, it was very entertaining.
They were playing really good golf.
It was really, really good. That whole last group, them and Finau, I think the highest score in the group was a 64-65 on Sunday. It's crazy. They were just tearing it up.
It was McIlroy's second biggest final round of his career, I think,
second best final round of his career. He's played very well. He's only played the Canadian Open twice, I think, and he's never shot more than like 66 there. So the dude should play it every year. That's on a different course, but he's played them all well. Anyway, the two most ardent supporters of the PGA Tour and the most vocal against the guys going to the Saudi Tour are going head-to-head down the stretch. And the crowd was really good. They were into it. It was just a fun event and just kind of an interesting weekend to see all of that unfold.
Rockstar, give me cut number one because Rory McIlroy wins it. And then he has the microphone afterwards, and he's taking a shot at Greg Norman, right?
Right, Greg Norman, who is the CEO of the LIV Golf Tour. This is the guy that has come after all the PGA Tour players, trying to convince them to come to the LIV Tour.
I will tell you what is the golfing logo, the Canadian golf logo behind it. It is a maple leaf, but it's a red, white, and blue. They're sort of trying to be like the NBA or Major League Baseball logo here in America.
Right.
But just at first glance, it has a little bit like it's sponsored by Pepsi. When you just glance up, I see the Pepsi. Pepsi right there.
Also, the white, is it an image of a silhouette of a golfer?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's a golfer, the white part is.
Oh, okay. See, I didn't even catch that.
Yeah. The white's a golfer,
weird,
but it does look like a Pepsi logo inside of a maple leaf. But the Canadian Open winner, Rory McIlroy, goes full fist to the old midsection of Greg Norman after he wins this event. Listen.
going up against the best and beating the best is, always makes it extra special. And then I alluded to, I had extra motivation, of what's going on across the pond. The guy that's spearheading that tour has 20 wins in the PGA Tour, and I was tied with him, and I wanted to get one ahead of him, and I did. So that was really cool for me, just a little, sense of pride on that one.
I mean, he is all in on the PGA Tour and did not shy away from taking shots at Greg Norman. He had done it already on the CBS. He didn't say Norman's name, but later on in that press conference, he does point out he's talking about Greg Norman, and it's pretty obvious there. It was just fascinating to watch. But Charles Schwartzel, Dunaway, won the first event.
That's right. That's what I was about to get to. You can't get away from the money, though.
And his team won the first event. $4.75 million total. That's why he took home.
For the weekend.
For the weekend. Just guess. I know the answer. I looked this up. Guess how many PGA Tour events of his last blank PGA Tour events combined to make $4.75 million. So if you just start counting backwards from his last PGA Tour event,
for
how far back do I
career?
For Schwartzel, his last. So in other words, if I said Charles Schwartzel made $4.75 million by winning the LIV Tour, he had made $4.75 million in his last blank consecutive PGA Tour event. So you add all those together.
Never a major winner, right?
He won the Masters, but that was back in like 2011.
Oh, okay, won the Masters. Yeah. That's going to skew it a little bit.
No. You don't have to go that far back.
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
Just
so
how many do I have to combine? How many PGA Tour events do I have to combine to get to $4.75 million?
I'm going to say 32.
74.
74.
He made more money playing 54 holes in the LIV Golf Tour than he had made in his last 74 PGA Tour stops combined.
Now this
last
is
74 combined.
This is a dumb question. All right. We've seen where Phil Mickelson's getting paid $120 million reportedly just to be on the tour, not counting his winnings. That Dustin Johnson's getting $150 million just to play. Tiger was offered maybe billions.
$800 million is what the rumor is. $800 million. Greg Norman is saying.
All right, so that's what he was offered just to play. Did a guy like Schwartzel get offered appearance money? Is he getting paid other than that 4.75 or just those stars?
It's not to that level, the DJ and Phil Mickelson, but it wouldn't shock me if they gave him $20 to $25 million to come play in that event or in that tour. Yeah, that wouldn't blow me away. Wow. It might not have been that much, but they were throwing money around.
Yeah,
they had to get some names. It's a Masters champion that's still out there playing. I mean, it's a name golf people recognize.
I say the thing to watch with Phil Mickelson today, if his news conference is today or tomorrow, is does he shave? No, seriously, does he shave and does he wear bright colors now that he's back on the U.S. Open?
Yeah, he was dressed like the villain.
Yeah, because he was all black and had a beard with dark sunglasses on. He wore his sunglasses while he was playing. I just want to see if he comes back and he's more of like the good Phil, not the evil Phil.
I'm a good guy on the American Tour. I'm a bad guy when I play in the LIV Tour.
That's what he was dressed like. Let's see what he's dressed like when he does the news conference today. But $4.75 million for Charles Schwartzel, tough name, winning over on the LIV Tour. Rory McIlroy wins a ton on the Canadian Open. The U.S. Open is happening this week. 75 days away from college football. When we come back, I'll tell you who in the SEC had a big recruiting weekend and who in the Big 12 surprised somebody by landing a top 100 ESPN guy. And also, one quarterback put on a uniform over the weekend. He's done it at other places, but didn't get the reaction he got this past weekend. That's all coming up. Cowan Equipment brings you our poll questions every day. Brown's working on a couple of those. Unlike what one of you guys said in the chat room, I believe it was Christopher who said, what is the worst punishment, going to Salina or having to spend the day with Dunaway and Brown?
Wow.
Thank you, Christopher.
You at least get a free lunch out of it.
And some golf. We're paying for your golf.
Only because Dunaway has to eat.
That's a Cowan Equipment poll question, or maybe it won't be, but Cowan Equipment brings you all of our poll questions right there. Check out Cowan Equipment, a proud partner with the next round on their new venture, and they'd love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit Cowan Equipment at cowan.com to find out more about how they can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. It's cowan.com, cowan.com.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com. Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your 4-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1, or callwaynes.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Sure, you ever swallow something the wrong way? Like I had one of those protein bars from our friends at Way to Wellness.
Yeah.
And one of the little crispy things went down the wrong pipe.
I had one when I was playing on the lounge 2 weeks ago. I was doing She Will Be Loved, and I had a Cliff Bar, and one of those little grains gets stuck in your throat.
Right.
And, you have to.
I've got one right now, and it feels like it's the size of a quarter in my throat.
What did you swallow?
One of those little crispy things from the Way to Wellness bar.
Do I need to talk?
Yeah, if you tell us about the great folks at Bromberg's, that'd be fantastic. You know, if you're getting ready to pop the question out there.
Don't choke.
Don't choke. Make sure you go to Bromberg's, right?
Family owned and operated since 1836. An established, solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds and jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has an extensive giftware department to service the registries of brides and grooms in the Birmingham area. Go see Bromberg's today at 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view their online store today, brombergs.com.
On the other 2-shot over here. Rockstar,
right there,
yes.
the Major League Baseball Network.
Yeah.
Okay.
The blonde girl sitting third chair, did she used to work at 3340?
I'll have to get another look at her, but I know who you're talking about, and I don't think that's the same person, and I cannot remember her name when she was at 3340.
But it was 3340,
Forrester
right?
would have worked with her, yeah. Forrester would probably know if somebody at 3340 now works for the Major League Baseball Network.
She was a very nice girl. I can't remember her name now. I would be surprised if she's ascended to the Major League Baseball Network. It seemed like she was getting out of the business when she left Forrester. I am going to make it, Jay Price. I just have something caught in my throat.
Yeah. What are you drinking over there? Is that water?
Water, not enough of it. Let me
Sand.
Let me go to the bottle. Say a joke. Let me do it.
Okay, I don't have a joke. Rockstar, have you got a good parakeet joke?
Let me do this. What's it called? A spit take?
Yeah. Oh, no, don't do the spit take. Not in there.
Somebody has to clean it up.
We got a lot of worst of the weekend.
Okay.
Of the ESPN crew doing the Auburn-Oregon State game. And this is, I won't totally blame the crew on this one because you don't know where these ideas come from. But apparently you are not you were hitting the on button right there when you coughed. Much better, thank you. Getaway reaches over to hit the off button. And you go,
volume up, right? Volume up.
Hit the amplify button.
Yes. So apparently during the Auburn-Oregon State game, and I wasn't watching this part of the game, they bring on Pat Casey, the legendary Oregon State coach, for an in-game interview. And I get where Auburn fans, some people are like, get over it, but I get where Auburn fans are upset about this. This is the freaking Super Regionals and a decisive game. I feel like when you do hey, we're going to interview former coach or somebody like that, you're telling me the game is not entertaining enough. We're going to give you something that's actually entertaining.
That's right. That's right.
Like, I hate it when they do it in football games. Like, all right, now legendary West Virginia coach so-and-so is joining us over the phone, coach.
Yeah, Barry Switzer's on the phone here talking right in the middle of the Oklahoma-Texas game.
I'm like, hey, by the way, game's pretty entertaining. I don't need you interviewing Oklahoma coach Barry Switzer over the phone.
It wasn't Jamie Hale I was speaking of. Is she
still with 3340?
That's what I was thinking, Ross.
Yeah.
She's still with 3340.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about, and I haven't thought of that girl in a long time.
Yeah.
But since you mentioned her, they have yet to put her on camera. I'll go tell you that.
She would have been with Forrester when Alabama and Clemson played in the Sugar Bowl.
Wow.
In the semifinal game that led to, it would have been 2017, pre-Jamie Hale. Who was there before Jamie Hale? That's who it would be. Can't remember her name.
All right. Hey, real quick, producing on the air, LT has missed his flight. So he's rerouting now, and he wants a Zoom link, Rockstar.
Okay. We got Adam Rittenberg.
Yeah, I'm going to have to tell him. We'll do it after Adam. 10 minutes with Adam, 10 minutes with Lance.
Yeah, he's also missed his slot to join us live in the show.
It's unfortunate, but that has happened, yes.
We'll get Lunsford on it to get him a link out. Coming up at 11:10 after Adam Rittenberg, we'll get to LT. Here's the college football stuff I promised you. South Carolina got 3 recruits yesterday, including, now, them getting recruits, they get 25 every year. I understand that. Shane Beamer also brought in a 4-star wide receiver in Kelton Henderson, who picked South Carolina over Michigan and Auburn. 4-star recruit, pretty big recruit for South Carolina. And you say to yourself, well, Spencer Rattler's there. Well, you want to go play? Well, Spencer's only going to be there 1 year.
Yeah, I mean, I think Spencer thinks he'll be in the NFL next year.
That's right.
That is, I will say this about Shane Beamer, and we don't follow them on the day-to-day. We just kind of see the highlights.
That's right.
I'm good friends with a big South Carolina fan. He backed up what I'm about to say. This guy has done nothing but hit home runs since he got this job.
Yep.
And I think a lot of people looked at him as only getting the job because his last name was Beamer or something like that. But since Shane Beamer has gotten the job, he has done nothing but hit home runs for South Carolina. This guy has been tremendous. And, look, he's got to go keep winning games. He had a better than expected first year, but his schedule this year, and really every year, is a brutal schedule. When you play Clemson out of conference every year, and then an SEC schedule, and you try to add some interesting non-conference teams, it's going to be a brutal schedule.
All right, 2 more things before we get to the top of the hour. First, happy birthday, and I meant to do this in the first segment, but we had LT chaos going on. But one of the great wives of our listeners, Sarah Beth, just checked in before the show, and she said, "Can you guys wish my husband Michael a happy birthday?" We said, absolutely.
Today's Michael's birthday already?
Today is Michael's birthday, and he's now 21 plus years.
Yep.
Married to the great Sarah Beth. And she says one of the things she got him for the birthday was a new TNR shirt.
How about that?
And koozies as one of his birthday gifts. So happy birthday, Michael. And
I hope you've opened those gifts. If not,
Jim just ruined it for you. That is fantastic.
Well, happy birthday, Michael. Thank you for supporting the show, and thank you to Sarah Beth for knowing your husband well enough to know he'll want some show gear.
Yeah, so thank you so much for doing that, and happy birthday to you. I hope you have a great one. You already won life having a great wife there in Sarah Beth.
That's right.
The other thing was how you guys all reacted to Arch Manning, who went from 7-on-7 LSU camp to an Alabama visit and put on some Alabama gear, and it got sent out on social media, and everybody went crazy over the weekend. Oh, look at Arch in Alabama gear. He's got the Alabama number on and the Alabama helmet on. And a big old lineman pointed it out, and then everyone's like, oh, he did this at Georgia, too. Probably did it at Texas, too.
I think he has.
Just part of the weekend.
I think so. I mean, every recruit does that now. They put them in the uniform and take the photo. Yeah.
That way you already don't have to do any Photoshop. When it's time, to commit, you got that picture
That's
already
right.
ready to go. That was fun. Adam Rittenberg next. We'll talk more college football, maybe a little Arch Manning recruitment with Adam from ESPN. Plus, after that same segment, LT's first check-in, as his road trip has hit a bump in the road already. That's all coming up right here on the next round.
Bama and Bourbon, the mystery fifth hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Summer is here, and that means it's moving season. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or you need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, and let her work for you. Holly Mack Wilson, your dream home expert, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on. When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's fourth Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the Vaughan, Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, we have LT on the road with a bracket challenge punishment for losing this year. We'll get to that. We'll talk more about the baseball with Tennessee being out and Auburn still alive. Auburn tonight in Corvallis against Oregon State, 6:30 on ESPN2. And Auburn winning, they're off to the College World Series with Butch Thompson getting the Tigers back there. We have Game 5 of the NBA Finals tonight as well, 8 o'clock over on ABC. But let's talk college football this hour. That's always brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Open for lunch right now, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his crew have the Southern Fried Chicken plates, all the great sides, the po' boys. Also great chicken sandwiches, but those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales are to die for. Check them out online, champyschicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster.
All right, Adam Rittenberg is always kind with his time. Let's talk some college football with him. He's a college football insider for ESPN and is on Twitter at ESPN Rittenberg. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Good morning or afternoon, Adam. How are you? Depending on where you are, it's morning or afternoon. How are you?
I'm good. It's still morning here, so hope you guys are doing well. Great to talk college football with you.
Yeah, always love talking college football. There was a lot of talk in our area, as you're well aware, about the NIL when Nick Saban and Jimbo Fisher going back and forth. I saw an interesting, not really exchange, but interesting video the other day from James Franklin when he was asked what a good roster might cost, and basically his answer was more than was originally reported or something like. Basically, he was saying more than Ryan Day said without saying that. I thought that was kind of not as colorful as we had here in the SEC, but an interesting reply by him.
Yeah, it was, and just but obviously on the show we're talking about it. I did speak to Ryan Day after those comments, and he kind of downplayed it. He said it wasn't like some scientific number. It wasn't like the MBAs at Ohio State were putting together, exactly what an NIL would cost for their team. But obviously made some waves, and it's something that everyone has to think about at that level. That if you're a head coach of a major program that's trying to win a national championship, I think everyone's trying to figure out what the market is right now and what the market will be in the future. I think that's the hardest part because, are the spending habits going to stay where they are? Is the market going to amplify? Is it going to become a little bit more reined in, especially in regards to recruits? And what happens when some of these recruits don't pan out that are obviously receiving a lot of money to come to these schools, even though that's not what NIL is intended for. So, I think it's I can just share what Ryan told me was that his comment was not something that he had spent a lot of time, crunching the numbers. That was just sort of something that was thrown out there. And then obviously, but again, I think James and everybody else that's trying to win national championships, whether you're in the Big Ten or the SEC, are paying more attention to what these NIL agreements are and what they're going to be in the future.
Obviously, we're coming off an all-SEC national championship, and Alabama and Georgia split games last year, so a lot of love for Nick Saban's team in our area going into this upcoming year. I would imagine Ryan Day feels pretty good about their chances at Ohio State this year with what they saw in the Rose Bowl. Do you feel that confidence when you talk to him?
Oh, sure. I mean, I think for Ohio State, it's pretty clear that as long as Ryan is the head coach, they're going to be very dynamic on offense. And, it's a program that it's funny to say this because they've been such a great program over time, but, they have not been a great quarterback program. They are not a QBU type place until the last few years. And you've seen 2 first-round draft picks come out of Ohio State in Dwayne Haskins and Justin Fields. Another one next year in C.J. Stroud. They might have the best receiver in the country coming back in Jackson Smith and Jigba, who obviously had an incredible Rose Bowl performance. They believe they'll be better on the offensive line. Their questions are on defense. They've been mediocre to bad on defense 3 of the last 4 years, and if they don't get to a higher level, it's going to be hard to beat an Alabama or to beat a Georgia or whoever else you're going to see on the playoff stage. But they absolutely have aspirations of winning a national championship, and that's been the one goal that's eluded Ryan Day, and it really has eluded Ohio State. I talk about this a lot, guys, that for as good as Ohio State has been, I mean, look at all of American sports, and you won't find too many teams anywhere that are more consistently elite than Ohio State. The one thing they don't do enough of is win the national championship. Alabama has won, obviously, a lot more. Clemson has won as many national championships as Ohio State has won since the 1970s in recent years. So that's the next step for them. It's pretty simple. And I think if they don't win a national championship this year, during C.J. Stroud's career and likely Jackson Smith and Jigba's career, they're going to be very disappointed.
Adam Rittenberg with us at ESPN Rittenberg on Twitter. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. That's why the hiring of Jim Knowles was really, really interesting. I thought Adam, he did better than any coordinator in America last year. The way he turned around that Oklahoma State defense, they led the conference in defense. Can he have as an immediate impact? I mean, roster should not be an issue at a place like Ohio State. He should have the tools to make an immediate impact there.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with what you said about Jim Knowles. Like, not only did he do a good job as a coordinator, he changed the way Oklahoma State won games. I mean, I just can't think of too many other coordinators who have done that. When you step into a program with an offensive-minded head coach in Mike Gundy and a history of quarterback play and wide receivers and high scoring, and Oklahoma State became a team that won because of its defense. So just a remarkable job that Jim did last year. I think what's so interesting, and I think it was a great hire by Ryan Day and a necessary hire by Ryan Day, is you look at Jim Knowles' career. He played at Cornell, coached at Cornell as an assistant and later as a head coach, was a defensive coordinator at Duke. Other than that year at Ole Miss in 2003, he hasn't been around a program that necessarily has too many top-end level players, at least recruiting-wise. So Ohio State, he's going to have the most talent by far that he's ever had to work with. What does he do with that? It's going to be really interesting because Ohio State's approach defensively the last few years, for the most part, is to play a basic cover one defense not really do anything too confusing, but they have the athletes, and you got to try to score on us. Unfortunately for them, teams have scored on them much more than they had anticipated. Jim Knowles runs a much more creative, much more aggressive defense. How does he do effectively with a more talented overall unit? So I think it's going to be one of the most interesting subplots of the season, because given how good Ohio State is offensively, guys, they don't need to be top 10 on defense. They just need to be top 30. I mean, last year, they think they finished 59th in defense, really, really poor. And so if they can just get into that top 25 in many defensive categories, they're going to have a great chance to win a national title.
Adam Rittenberg of ESPN's with us. He has a news story up today at ESPN.com about how WWE continues to recruit great college athletes. This comes a day after Will Cooper, a former Alabama football player, was the tire changer for Kyle Busch yesterday in Sonoma on the NASCAR circuit. What'd you learn? What was the biggest surprising thing you learned in doing that story on WWE's recruitment of college athletes?
Yeah, I've written about this quite a bit, and they came out with their first NIL class last year. Gable Steveson, who's already on the Raw card, he's actually already out of the NIL program, but he was the Olympic champion Minnesota wrestler who was also a two-time NCAA champion. And so they brought in some notable college athletes, but also people they think can become WWE superstars. What's interesting is that the history of WWE, they have a lot of former college athletes, including The Rock, who played at Miami, but they were identified later on. Roman Reigns is a Georgia Tech football player, but he was only identified, at 25 or 27. And so the goal here is to figure out, who's a current college athlete that they can start developing and essentially get them into the program where they can have a much longer career in the WWE. And some of these athletes already have great social media followings. Others just have the personality to maybe do really well if they can get into the development program. I wrote about one of the athletes up here at Northwestern who just has that look, and he's going to be all in on trying to become a WWE superstar. So I think it's a really smart program. It's well run, and obviously their second class came out today, a really diverse class with a lot of athletes in new sports, first HBCU athlete, as well as four Power 5 football players as part of that group of 15.
Adam, I wanted to ask you one more thing before you get out of here. Last week we got a timeline on when the American teams are joining the Big 12. Do you have any feel at all? Because it's the question I get asked the most. When will Oklahoma and Texas play football first in the SEC? Can you give me your best educated guess on when you think that'll happen?
Yeah, I never thought it would be 2025. There was a report, I think Brian Davis out of Austin reported over the weekend 2024. I think that's probably a likely spot for it, where you'll have one kind of messy year where everybody's in the same conference with the new members and the existing members. And then I just can't see Texas and Oklahoma spending more than one more year after this coming year in the Big 12. So I think 2024 is a pretty good bet, but again, it's a very expensive situation. There's a lot of maneuvering that has to happen. The Big 12, understandably, does not want to give up any money that it's owed for those teams to exit. But I think 2024 is looking more and more like the year that it happened.
Just as a heads up, you know how we operate down here, Adam. Any good thing they do in that time counts for the SEC. Any bad thing they do sticks with the Big 12. So. Just as a heads up. Yeah, that's the way we're going to claim that.
That's right. Texas, Oklahoma baseball, good.
That's right. SEC.
Two more SEC teams in the College World Series. You got to love that.
Yeah, the SEC's basically annexed Omaha this weekend.
Yeah, so and Oklahoma City was an all-SEC women's softball. Texas, Oklahoma. Yeah,
that's right. Last year, Sark, bad. That's Big 12.
That's right. That's Big 12.
So there you go. That's how that works. When they lose to Kansas, that's a Big 12 loss. It's not an SEC loss. Adam, thank you for the time. It is always a pleasure talking with you. We appreciate it.
All right, guys, enjoyed it. Have a great day.
All right, buddy, take care. Adam with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He is with ESPN at ESPN Rittenberg is where you find him on Twitter.
And part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Redmond Vodka, Redmond Distilling. We're talking about the official vodka, not only of my recent beach trip, but also of the World Games, which are less than a month away. And if you follow Redmond on all the social media platforms, you get an opportunity to get a lot of new drinks that they have professionals designed for you at Redmont. So ask for it by name wherever you end up drinking vodka. Drink responsibly, but ask for Redmont by name, and they'll mix it into your drink, or go buy and purchase it at your local store. It's Charles Barkley owned, and it's locally distilled 8 times. It's our friends at Redmont Vodka.
All right, Lance has missed his flight. We've got him hooked up here, but he's not sending us video. So, Lance, I know you can hear me. You can't believe I'm about to say this, but you're going to activate the video.
hold on.
There you go.
There we go.
Yeah, pretend you're peeing on the side of 280. Hey, Leighton.
Hey, Leighton, how are you?
All right, so Lance is in an Uber. Is this an Uber in Chicago?
No, old school cab.
Okay.
Old school cab.
Wow, times are tough. So can you walk us through what's happened here?
So got a little late start from Birmingham, and the problem was we taxied for a while, and I think we talked about this. Well, maybe it was in our meeting. How I had a 38-minute layover in O'Hare.
Yeah.
And so I was coming out of the A gate, and I had to go to the C gate, which is completely across the airport, 23 minutes. But I brought a carry-on that they had to valet because it was too big, which means when I got off the flight, I had to wait. It seems like everybody else on that flight valeted as well. So I had to wait for my bag. By the time I got my bag, we've got some video of us pulling a Home Alone running through O'Hare. By the time we got there, it had taken off about 5 minutes before.
Wow. So you got to the gate and they're like, sorry, sir, the plane's already going.
Can I ask Leighton? A question real quick? Leighton, are you having fun yet?
Not yet.
Hey, did you see her reaction to Salina, Kansas?
Oh, yeah, we talked about it.
Truth or not, did your dad, did he sell you on going on this trip that you were going to Seattle?
Yeah, he made me think that I was, so I got tricked.
Tricked.
I thought we were.
Yeah.
You guys went somewhat easy on me. Now, I don't know, logistically how this is going to be. Now, Leighton did point this out. When we were leaving the airport, we were going to ground transportation, and she said, hey, there's a train to the city. There's our train.
Oh, it's cheap. I mean, if you want to be cheap, yes.
Don't be too smart, Leighton. Don't
That's
be too
right.
smart.
So what's the game plan here? Because isn't all your luggage in Kansas right now?
Yeah. So, Leighton, I've got to go shop for her. We've got carry-ons. So I've got something to wear tonight, and then I guess something.
Tall buildings.
So there was not another flight, so we had to book the same flight tomorrow to Salina.
Okay.
So they just gave us the credit. They flipped it over, and so we'll be in Salina tomorrow around noon.
Okay. What time's your flight tomorrow? For show purposes.
10:37. We land at 12:22, and we will be out of Salina by 12:23, I think.
No
time at Salina, huh?
Did Salina have a baseball team back in your summer of Kansas?
I think the closest place to Salina was Hayes. And unfortunately, Elkhart, I checked this morning, is like 4.5 hours from Salina. So I'm not going to be able to do the Elkhart thing, I don't think.
So we're no chance of chasing down the guy in the white tidy whities and recliner that used to sit in the living room when you'd come home.
He no longer walks the earth. I think I told you that.
I didn't know that. He's watching a doubleheader in heaven, huh?
He did.
All right, so staying in Chicago tonight. I mean, that's a plus. You don't get to stay in Chicago every night. Yeah.
No, and she's never been to Chicago, so I think you're excited about this at least, right? Yeah. This will be the highlight of her trip. So she's already suckered me into, we got to go shopping. She wants to go to the Sears Tower. She wants to go to the Museum of Art. And we might take in a Cubs game.
I was about to say, Padres in town, 7:05 first pitch.
Eat that punishment, Lance.
Yeah, I mean, it's,
okay, well, wait. Two things, Leighton. One, if you go to the Sears Tower, I need a picture of Lance standing out over the glass. I need that picture.
I can't do that glass.
Lance, I tried. Anna Kate, she just walked right out. Anna Kate did, and I tried. And it's no go.
Can you do it, Leighton? Will you walk out on it?
I'll do it.
Yeah, you got to do it, Lance. Come on, one time.
I might do it. I don't know.
I'll wipe a steak off if you do it. The other one,
Are you up now, by the way?
No,
Yeah. Well,
the Breakers beat the Bandits yesterday.
it was just a
It
wash.
was a wash yesterday. So
Tennessee won, you won, and Tampa lost, you won, right?
Yeah, it worked out. The other one,
I still can't. Tennessee, I mean, I said this to you guys in a group chat yesterday. What a tease job for that fan base. I thought they're one of the reasons that we're here right now on this bracket challenge. I had them playing for the national championship in hoops. And then the baseball team is supposed to be the greatest team in college baseball history. You can't even make it out of your own super regional.
I know.
One more question for Leighton. Hemphill Services, Vulcan Tire, and Bud Light next, bringing you this bracket challenge punishment. More punishment on Leighton than it is on Lance, I'll promise you. Have you ever heard of the bean? Isn't that what it's called? The reflective little thing? Go do that. Yeah, you got to go do that. Got to do that too.
We'll do the bean. We've got a lot to do. We wanted to, they're big fans of Ferris Bueller and the Breakfast Club, but those high schools are like 35 minutes outside of town. And so in order to do everything that we're trying to do, it's going to be tough to do that.
Yeah, but the bean's right off Michigan Avenue. So do that. And
we'll knock that out, lunch and the museum and shopping.
Yeah, for the record, you're not counting the subway as your train, right? I mean, the L or whatever. You're not counting that, right?
I think we are.
No,
Leighton,
don't be
come
cheap. Don't be cheap. Come on.
I heard they've got a good city bus here, too.
Yeah. Well, then you're renting a car from Chicago home. I'll just go and tell you that.
Oh, that's really not a bad drive. He's got to go to Salina. You got to touch. You got to touch ground in Salina at some point.
I mean, we are absolutely stuck going there, and I really don't know how we're going to get home from there. Yeah. We've got a couple of options, though. I think we might bus to Topeka or Kansas City, and then I'm thinking about, and this is just all off the cuff what we were looking at earlier, maybe Kansas City to New Orleans drive and New Orleans to Birmingham train.
Yeah, I mean, this is the only chance probably in your lifetime, Leighton, to get on a bus and a train. So do it, man. Do it. Don't let him cop out.
I think that's I don't think you'll ever get on a bus or a train again, right?
Yeah.
Leighton is so checked out on this trip right now.
By the way, your flight out of Birmingham was booked very early, wasn't it? What time was that flight?
Oh my God, I picked her up at 5:40. That's not early. That was. Well, no, we left at 7:30, I guess.
Where was the long taxi, at Birmingham or at O'Hare?
O'Hare.
Where was the bag you tried to carry on? Was it full of shoes?
You know what? So roommate packed me last night. I was only going to take 3 pairs. She was like, "You've got an extra space if you want to take another pair of shoes." So I've only taken 4 pairs.
Yeah,
only 4.
Only 4 pair of shoes.
I missed it by 1. I had you at 5.
Yeah, we had it at 5. Yeah, wearing 1 and packing 5.
Yeah. Do you have 4 packed and you're wearing 1? That's what I had you at. 4 packed, wearing 1.
Yeah, you're right.
Boom.
Yeah, boom.
We know our
Nailed
boy.
it.
We know our boy, don't we?
Nailed it.
Yep.
All right, Lance, thank you. Y'all enjoy your day in Chicago. Maybe we'll check back later on if you make it up to the Sears Tower.
Yeah. We'll do something cool in a little bit, and we'll show you the video of us pulling Home Alone in a little bit.
Okay.
Right. Congratulations, Leighton, on graduating.
Yep.
This is a great senior trip.
Yep.
All right.
And her birthday on Saturday.
Yeah.
Hopefully,
happy birthday.
Hope you're home by Saturday. Hope you're home by your birthday.
No.
All right.
My birthday was Saturday.
It was Saturday. This is her birthday gift.
Welcome to 19. You're almost 20.
I know. We're shooting for Friday. We're shooting for Friday.
Thursday.
She says Thursday.
It'll be Wednesday by tomorrow, Leighton.
That's right.
Trust me, I've punished him one other time before.
Tomorrow night, by tomorrow, Leighton will say, "Okay, I'll drive the graveyard leg if we could just get back home."
And trust me, at some point you'll meet somebody, Leighton, on this trip that your dad will talk to for like 15 minutes, and they'll end up coming to work at Shea's in Birmingham in a few years. That's what happened last time I punished him. He met a guy and sold Birmingham so much that the family moved to Birmingham from Amish country. Thank you, guys. That's our
Be careful.
Hemphill Services, Vulcan Tire, Bud Light next check-in with the punishment of the Taylors.
Yeah, that's right. Wow. So the Ole Miss flight, that's gonna screw you up.
Who didn't see that coming?
I mean, the taxi he can't help, but the too big bag, that's what I feared, is that he had taken in a bag that was too big. That's a rookie mistake.
Is that his fault or is that roommate's fault?
I don't know.
Who is shocked by the fact that Lance doesn't even pack for his trips anymore? The roommate does that.
No, that was the least surprising thing over the call.
I mean, is this how the roommate feeds him, by the way? All right, open up.
You get a little chin. Let me screw it.
Every Ram has to have his alphabets.
All right. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends right there at Gutter Cap. LT
What?
is not
LT's
here.
not here, so I'll tell them about Gutter Cap.
Tell us
Jim.
about Gutter Cap,
as
Brownie.
As you might remember, we just talked to Lance, Jim, in Chicago. Patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters. What it does is keep out debris and eliminate gutter cleaning forever. It's backed with a lifetime warranty. Stay off dangerous ladders and get 45% off now off the retail price when you go to guttercapbirmingham.com. That's guttercapbirmingham.com, or call our boy C-Stu, 205-823-2212. That's 205-823-2212 for Gutter Cap.
All right. When we come back, Brownie has trash today. That is next.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Banking isn't just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111, or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Do you want to have the experience of a lifetime and help a great charity at the same time? If you've ever dreamed of taking a few laps around Talladega Superspeedway, now is your chance. Come join us on Saturday, June 18th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. for the Track Laps for Charity. For only $50, you can climb behind the wheel of your own vehicle and take 2 laps around the historic Talladega Superspeedway. But if you don't want to take the drive, you can still come out and tour the Talladega Garage experience for free. Bring the kids and enjoy the game zone and kids zone, or have your picture taken with the famed Vulcan Trophy in Ruoff Mortgage Victory Lane. All proceeds from the event benefit the United Way of North Talladega County. You can enjoy a day at the track while also supporting a great organization. That's Saturday, June 18th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Talladega Superspeedway. To learn more, visit TalladagaSuperspeedway.com. See you at the track.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
In our Michelson look ahead here, before Brownie tells you about the great folks at Michelson, I'll tell you still to come on the show. Montana Fouts with us at 12:35. But before that, at the top of the next hour, we'll ask the question, is Tennessee baseball, or was Tennessee baseball, the most hated team in SEC sports history? Like, can you name me other teams, any sport, that was as disliked by other SEC fan bases more than this team?
It's an interesting question. We'll get to it a little bit later on. And that look ahead presented by Michelson. To find out if LASIK is right for you, call Michelson Laser Vision 969-8100. They're not just after your money. I've told to them I've got astigmatism, and Dr. Jennifer Michelson was right here in studio hanging with us one day. We discussed it. She's like, I just really don't think it would work for you. So they're not just grabbing your money. They're giving you honest advice, and they can change your life, though. If that LASIK is right for you, it is fantastic. MichelsonLaserVision.com, MichelsonLaserVision.com, 969-8100, MichelsonLaserVision.com. Dr. Mark and Jennifer Michelson, pioneers in this field, and they are really good people and will help you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Slow pour the water into the Buccaneers. It's been a good year for the Buccaneers. The Rays are still playing good baseball, and the Lightning are back in the Stanley Cup again. Man, I've been on a nice little run here.
That's good for you, Jim.
We started our own company. Things have been good, man. Things have been good.
Hey, we're coming up on the 1-year anniversary of the old pulling the old chute.
Getaway
3 days away.
Yeah, getaway day. Is it Thursday?
Do you remember that day, Rockstar?
I didn't. Lance wasn't there for that one.
Yeah.
He was not. That's a good point. Lance was in Montana this time last year.
Thursday will be 1 year of our last radio show.
Yep.
And then Friday was our first day of unemployment.
We're never unemployed.
Yeah. First day of our new venture.
Yeah, it's much more positive spin on it.
Yeah, going dark as the legal terms were, I think.
The old legal term, going dark. Full explanation on that coming up in our podcast that we haven't planned yet.
All right.
The oral history of the next round.
Braves have won 11 straight, 5-3 over Pittsburgh yesterday. Now they play the powerhouse Washington Nationals tonight in Washington, 6 o'clock. You can watch that on Bally's. And one other note from college football. A guy by the name of Avion Carter, top 100 player in the ESPN 300, defensive end, picked TCU. We're starting to spread the talent out a little bit around college football.
Yeah, but TCU's killing it. I saw this story over the weekend where if you look at the current recruiting class, their average star ranking, Sonny Dykes is cleaning up pretty well at TCU. They were only behind Oklahoma and Texas.
Helped out by what, Brown?
In the Big 12, by the way. Helped out by NIL, I'm going to assume.
Yeah.
TCU's got some money.
TCU has some money.
They do. I'd say that's them and SMU. Pretty good backers.
That's why Sonny Dykes took that job.
As you well remember, SMU was willing to spend that money one day in time.
They were. They absolutely were. All right, it is time now for Trash. Away from the sports headlines, Brown will try very hard to entertain us now. Hit it, Rockstar.
Jeez.
Try my best.
Hi, watch me beat Peter McNeely on Vision Cable Vision.
Great.
Okay, now Comcast Cable. Hi, I'm Mike Tyson. Watch me beat Peter McNeely on Comcast Cablevision.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
As always, thank you to Mortgage Right for bringing you trash when it comes to home equity. Bigger isn't always better. Mortgage Right has a program to help you gain home equity and pay less out of your pocket. First stop you need to make when you're looking to buy a home or refinance a home is Mortgage Right. MortgageRight.com/TNR and MLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender. We start in Pennsylvania, the Keystone State. Am I right about that?
Yes.
Sure.
Keystone State.
Absolutely.
An Allegheny County man is facing felony charges accused of passing off fake $100 bills before he boarded a plane at the Arnold Palmer Regional Airport over the weekend. Do you think at the Arnold Palmer Regional Airport I can get an Arnold Palmer to drink?
I bet you can.
That's what I drink all the time at the house.
I bet you can get a John Daly, too.
It's an Arnold Palmer with a little splash in it. He said his pants he was wearing were not his, and he found $100 bills in the pocket, so he decided to use them.
Happens to me all the time.
What a great defense.
Yeah.
You know what? These are not my pants. But
So I
they
just
had,
put them on.
But they had $100 bills in them, so I just started using them.
Yep. Somewhere there's real $100 bills being passed out. I thought these were mine.
Now, you always wonder, when you spend a big bill in a store, they take that little thing and they mark it and then they hold it up to the light. Sometimes you've seen them do that.
Yep.
Didn't have to do that in this case. You know why? The cashier at the snack bar inside the airport noticed the bill said for motion picture use only.
Oh, yeah.
Tipped off officers at the point.
Oh.
Think they'll notice that?
It had a picture of Chuck E. Cheese on it.
He was president?
Yeah.
They identified this guy as the passenger on the plane and arrested him when he landed back in Latrobe, Pennsylvania. I mean, what kind of idiot? Latrobe, Pennsylvania, that's where Arnold Palmer's from.
And it's also what is it, Rolling Rock? Is that right, the beer?
I think so. Yeah, we're asking Rockstar like he is like from Pennsylvania.
I'm Pennsylvania connoisseur, also the beer connoisseur.
State troopers are also looking into a suspect who was wanted for passing fake $100 bills at $2 general stores 10 minutes away from one another.
They should burn this money when they're done with it.
I agree, for motion picture use only. If you're using $100 at a Dollar General, you're counting on getting $97 in change, right? That's your plan on that one.
Yeah, I'm not going to be a big purchase.
I'll take a pack of gum and some of those cards.
Ooh, Sprite Remix.
Police are hunting 4 men after a wealthy United States tourist was mugged for his watch outside a 5-star hotel in Barcelona. What do you think an excessive amount for a watch would be that you paid for?
For me, a watch, is an Apple Watch. And what does an Apple Watch run? I don't even know. They're always a gift for me.
They're upwards $300.
Okay, $300 tops.
All right, Rockstar is showing you the one I'm bringing up. What do you think that watch went for, right? Is this the exact one that was stolen, Rockstar? Or
no,
close to it?
It's a picture of the watch.
Yeah, the watch. All right.
Hublot.
Yeah, Hublot.
Well, I will tell you that, is that how it's pronounced?
I don't know.
I went Hublot. Redneck from Alabaster, and you went Hubla.
I have no idea.
LT clued me in on
Casio.
He clued me in on how expensive some watches can be. I'm going to say that one right there. Those look like screws and not diamonds. I'm going to say that one is extraordinarily $5,000 for some reason.
Extraordinarily $5,000, Rockstar. This is the Hublot Black Caviar Bang, which goes for $1 million.
I mean, what is it?
Wear that on your wrist?
What is that made of?
You know how many watches I've lost at golf courses because I just don't have a good system for storing my watch while I'm playing golf?
I can't wear a watch when you're playing golf?
I don't want to get sweaty under it, and I get a bad tan line.
Oh.
But see, I love the tan line.
What?
You know what I love? My watch tan line.
No.
Why do you love it?
It lets me know how tan I am for the summer.
God. My Lord, Dunaway.
This is what I look like during football season. This is what I look like not football season.
But it does look good.
Football season,
it looks
not
good.
football season. Football season.
Dunaway, what time is it? I've always got a watch on.
You know what time it is? It is not football season.
It's summertime.
It is summertime.
There's one other place I can tell you what season it is too. I will not show you that one.
Well, go ahead. I don't believe you.
It's always fall there, right?
Yep.
Hey, we go next to Elizabethtown, Pennsylvania.
Time out
Rockstar.
real quick. By the way, full thong at our local pool yesterday.
Man or woman?
Oh.
Did it hurt you? I mean, because it itches me really bad.
Was it a man or a woman?
It was female, but I was like...
Was it if you were just scoring at home, would you have said good use of a thong or bad use of a thong?
Ironically, I have a picture.
It is ironic.
My phone just went off. I don't know what happened.
I would say, I would say 7.
So out of 10?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did he notice when you were taking the picture?
No, around 7 out of 8.5. Yes, around 7 out of 10.
But there's cheekies. Is that what you call them?
I really don't know. I haven't studied this.
Yes.
And then there are thongs.
Yeah.
No. G-strings.
And this was a flat thong.
I think so.
Okay. We'll show the photo. Send it to Forrester.
No, we're not going to show the photo.
Jay-Z has a $5 million Hublot, according to Superior Thruster.
Really?
Yeah, Matt says Hublot watches are a reminder that money cannot buy class. Chad says he still laughs at the one-piece thong you spotted at the beach.
Now, that was a woman, and it was a normal-looking one-piece, very low cut. walking towards me. But when she passed, it was a thong in the back. And I was like, who makes the choice to go one piece, but my ass is going to hang out?
I don't like the front of my body, so I'm going to cover that up.
Well, I mean, it was
But
a
you know what I
V-cut.
got?
I mean, it was
But
down to the belly button, Rockstar.
I don't know.
I mean, at that point, I'm like, I've just got too much clothing on here for what I'm letting hang out.
I got to take a picture of this because I'm not going to remember this tomorrow.
All right, we go next to Elizabethtown, Pennsylvania rock star.
Rolling Rock from Pennsylvania. Did you know that?
I've heard that. A rescue was prompted at the Mars M&M factory in Lancaster County after 2 people became stuck in a chocolate tank.
That sucks.
That does suck. Lancaster County 911 supervisor says the first victim was extricated from the tank at 3:10. The second one, 3:25. Took another 15 minutes.
That's Amish country, by the way.
Hey, that is right. It's where Lance went, Lancaster County. After both fell into the tank. The condition of both victims is unknown at this time. This story was Friday. I hope they're okay. I hope we've got an update.
They're coated.
Are they out of the tank?
Yep. They were taken to the area hospitals before you laugh too much. Mars Wrigley spokesman said they were managing the situation, are extremely grateful to the quick work of the first responders. It is unclear if the tank was empty or contained chocolate. I think we're going to know that.
Well, I think it'd be a PR disaster. It's like, well, did y'all get rid of the chocolate because you had 2 bodies in it?
Yeah, so we're just going to say we don't.
Pressing. Those were crispy M&Ms. Nobody was eating them.
The plant makes M&Ms and Dove chocolate. It is 12 miles from Hershey. I've been to Hershey, Pennsylvania. Good news.
You went to the chocolate factory, didn't you?
Yeah, I've been to the chocolate factory.
Have you been to Pennsylvania?
I've been, yeah.
I'm just saying he went to Hershey's. You got to go ahead and add in.
No, I
actually went to the
chocolate factory.
I took the tour.
I
Went to the tour.
I did the tour. Not, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, about the same thing as the Golden Flake tour. Just take away chips, make it chocolate.
Yeah. Coca-Cola, take away Coke.
Make it chocolate. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Big news for me. Starting today, you know what's back?
The Mexican pizza.
No. No. You know what's back today, Dunaway? It's one of my favorites.
Open tea times at Ballantrae. I don't know.
Hand-spun shake from Chick-fil-A.
The peach flavor.
Yes, sir. It is the Ice Dream Dessert with peaches. Available for dine-in, pickup, or delivery. The peach milkshake can be found at your local Chick-fil-A. It's basically just a commercial. But Rockstar knew I was doing trash today and knows how much I love the peach milkshake.
That is the only mistake I made coming back from the beach is my son had never been to Durbin Farms. And I was going to stop on the way back because I figured traffic would be horrible coming back. But it ends up it wasn't. So I was about 85 and I blew past the exit.
Ooh, that is a huge mistake. Their peaches are fantastic.
Yeah, I wanted to get him a little peach ice cream.
Yep.
Maybe a little peach cobbler.
It is it's a perfect stop either going or coming. If you're going, you've been on the road enough and you've probably been in traffic. You already need to pee and you could use a peach ice cream. And if you're coming home, you're almost home, one last pee, and get a peach ice cream for the ride home.
I do not live that far away to have to stop at Durbin on the way down. But
sometimes traffic right there between Alabaster and Durbin.
Oh, yeah. It's always a wreck.
Brutal.
Always.
All right, here's some really bad pickup lines. Dunaway has probably used these. You ready? These are bad pickup lines to wrap up trash. Well, here I am. What are your other 2 wishes? These are so cringy. This one is awful. I mean, you're both cringy and a geek if you use this one. Hey, my name's Microsoft. Can I crash at your place tonight?
Wow.
By the way, you're setting yourself up for a micro and soft joke at that point. Third bad pickup line. If you're a vegetable, you'd be a cucumber.
Ugh, that's the worst one yet.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That one just doesn't make sense.
Another really bad pickup line. I believe in following my dreams. Can I have your Instagram? See, I don't get that one.
You're a follower.
You're following her. Following you on Instagram.
You know how you follow people on social media.
Oh, stalking, whatever you want to call it.
And final bad pickup line. I couldn't help but notice you look a lot like my next girlfriend.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
It's pretty bad.
That is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
MortgageRight.com/TNR NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
All right, when we come back, we'll set the table with some more college football, but also news in the NFL. Marlon Humphrey, Alabama player at Ravens camp, breaking news for the entire NFL football world. Marlon's the guy that broke it. The guy's going to be in the media when he's through playing.
Good job, Marlon.
He'll be a star. He broke a story today from Ravens camp. It was pretty easy for him to do. What he did next on TNR.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. This Father's Day, pamper Dad with a gift of luxury from Birmingham's best day spa, the Woodhouse Day Spa, located at the Summit Shopping Centers. Spa days aren't just for mom anymore. Buy Dad the gift of relaxation, a gift card from Woodhouse Day Spa. Guys, take charge and ask for that gift you really want, a Woodhouse Day Spa gift card. With over 70 options, there is some type of incredible service for everyone. Gift cards are available online 24/7 at birmingham.woodhousespas.com.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
This hour of the show being brought to you in part by our friends at Champy's world famous fried chicken, champyschicken.com. Updating you on our headlines. Auburn a loser last night in game 2 of their best of 3 series with Oregon State. 4-3 Oregon State wins it, but Auburn's still alive. A win tonight and they're off to the College World Series.
It's do or die against Oregon State, 6:30 on ESPN2. The only other game today is UConn and Stanford at 3 o'clock, right before the Auburn game on ESPN2. The Pac-12 trying to get a team to the College World Series with one win in either one of those games. It's an all-SEC party right now out in the College World Series. Texas A&M, Arkansas, and Ole Miss are there. Future SEC members Oklahoma and Texas are there. And Tennessee is not. Notre Dame beat them, so that's 6 of the 8. The College World Series starts this Saturday. Boston and Golden State tonight. Golden State a 3.5-point favorite, 8 p.m. on ABC. That series is tied at 2 apiece, and the Braves are in action at 6. Braves and the Nationals, they have won 11 straight games, and they're now only 5.5 behind the New York Mets in the National League East race. All right, so let's talk a little NFL football here. And this will be brought to you by our friends at Odie's, where you can get a great lunch today as we speak, including that Diablo sandwich.
It's our favorite, the Diablo sandwich, the burgers, award-winning wings, great sandwiches like that Diablo at Odie's in Crestline Village. I'll be there again for trivia Wednesday night, though I just realized as I started reading this, Rockstar, I've got a small conflict. I'm going to make it work, though. I've agreed to too many things, as it turns out.
Got an appointment after the show?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And it's an out-of-town appointment after the show, so I'm going to have to hustle back to Odie's. Would it be okay, Rockstar, you rule on this, if I don't shower after golf and just do trivia having played golf? I'll smell like, I've sweated and been outdoors all day.
That's fine with me as long as you get there.
No, I'll get there. Okay. then we're good.
Yeah.
All right.
I may be at poker tonight. Sweaty
straight
from the
out of golf
course.
Yeah. Nobody's going to want to talk to you that way.
The stuff y'all do for us. Thank you.
I've got to play golf after work today.
Yeah.
I probably will go to walk-ons and then over to play poker. That'll be my day.
Yeah. The shower?
I got
the worst.
0 sleep last night. By the way.
None? Why?
Well, just full. I mean, you think every stage of your parenting life, right? It has these little bumps in the road or pitfalls.
Right.
You're going through it with a newborn, off to college or, going to first, second grade, whatever's happening. My college-age daughter is occasionally staying at our house now. She has her own apartment. So, for 335 days a year, I don't know when she comes home, right? I don't know what she's doing. But there's a handful of nights she's staying with us that I don't know if she's home or not. Why I worry about it, I don't know. But she was, having a good time like you would do when you're 21, like I did Saturday night. Maggie gave me the same text I gave her. Maggie texted me Saturday night, "Hey, are you coming home?" And I was like, "Oh, yeah, I'm working there. We're watching Auburn play baseball." So, yeah, I'll be home eventually. So I'm, waiting on my daughter to get home last night and just couldn't go to sleep until she finally, texted me and told me she was going to stay at somebody else's house.
Ooh.
What time was that?
You didn't like that, did you?
It was about 2-ish. We texted back and forth. She was still coming home after work.
Yeah.
And then, so I was like, oh.
So
and
you didn't go to
I couldn't
bed?
go back to sleep. So you know what I did? I woke Maggie up.
Oh, that's, yeah.
Hey, are you sleeping? Because I can't sleep.
I'll be quiet a few hours.
Here's how I like to wake Maggie up, okay? I mean, no, not what you think. Not what you think. I like to blow her mind, right?
Okay.
So it dawned on me as I couldn't sleep that I graduated college in 1988.
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
So I remember in our fraternity house looking at they're called composites of old fraternity classes.
Uh-huh.
And I remember looking at the old people in the 70s,
Yeah, their hands in their jacket.
60s, right? Of thinking how old
Black and
those
white.
people were, right?
Right.
So if if the Pike still existed, had not been kicked off campus at Montevallo, if you would walk, I don't even know where our composites are now that I think about this.
Are you wearing a monocle?
But if you walked in now in my fraternity house and looked back to my 1988 fraternity class,
Right.
that would be the same of me in 1988 looking back to the 1954 recruiting class.
Wow.
So you laid in bed and thought through that and then woke Maggie up to Maggie.
To explain that to
You
her.
will never guess what I just discovered.
You know what she did not care about?
Anything you said?
That. She goes, "What are you talking about?" I said, "Is that not mind-boggling?"
Maggie, do you think dinosaurs clipped their toenails? Because they had to get long.
I just can't stand to be awake by myself.
You do everything else in the world by yourself. Why can you not be awake by yourself?
Because we're in the same bed, Brown.
Why should she be
Not
sleeping
me,
if
you
I'm
and
awake?
Maggie. Yes, I know.
Yeah. Well, not on this trip.
I've never slept in a bed with you. I can't believe I have to say that.
Slept is in big quotes.
Wait, Baton Rouge 2012?
No, you always remember that wrong. We rode together in a, what are those things called? A rickshaw.
You know it's crazy? If we have two twin beds, but if we push them together, we got a big-ass bed.
Jim always remembers we stayed in the same hotel room, which we did not, but we did ride a rickshaw from Tiger Stadium back to the casino together.
We were not in the same room?
No, we were not, but we were in a rickshaw together. That's the embarrassing part of that trip. We've told that story many times. We were in a rickshaw together coming from Tiger Stadium back to the casino/hotel where we were staying. And when the very sweaty, vulgar young lady pulled the rickshaw in, the Alabama alumni party had spilled out into the parking lot.
Yeah.
And one guy yelled, "Hey, it's Dunaway and Brown in a rickshaw."
Love the show, guys.
And everybody looked. Yes, that is us in a rickshaw.
Mardi Gras early. Marlon Humphrey breaks news today on his Twitter and Instagram. He lets everyone see who's standing beside him at Ravens mandatory camp today. Surprisingly, wasn't supposed to be there. Lamar Jackson showed up for camp. It was mandatory, but he was going to hold out. He was looking for a new deal, maybe. Big money out there. He pans the camera over. Here's Lamar Jackson. So Lamar is at camp today. Marlon breaking that story earlier.
That is a little bit surprising because the reports had been that there would be a holdout and he wouldn't be there.
Yeah.
I mean, Marlon's not Marlon. Marlon's fine. Lamar Jackson's a confusing guy. He won the MVP, but has not played to that level since then.
You got to pay him, though.
You've got to pay him. I mean, you know my theory on it. If you've got a top half quarterback, you marry the guy.
You got to pay the guy because he is your quarterback.
Yeah.
A couple other wide receivers who are making comments. I'd love to get what you think on these. Real quick. First of A.J. Brown, who's now an Eagle. He tells Titan fans to quote unquote move on, that he is the best receiver in Titans franchise history, but he's now in Philadelphia. No need to hate on me, blah, 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 blah. It's time to move on.
I'm not a Titans historian. I'm going to guess Derek Mason
would be in the conversation.
Lunsford's a Titans fan.
Is he the guy who came up just short?
Yes, Mace was the one that was just short, I think. I'm not a Titans fan, so you Titans can tell me I'm an idiot on that one, but I would guess Derek Mason would be the bar to beat there.
But now to your Dolphins. Tyreek Hill did it again this weekend. And I wonder if this is intentional, if he's building up his quarterback and at the same time dissing his old team. And do you think it's smart? But Tyreek Hill over the weekend, again commenting about Tua Tagovailoa, says he, after being in camp with Tua, has better accuracy than Pat Mahomes does.
He said this a couple times, and I'm with you. I don't know what's at play here. I don't know if he's just trying to make his guy look the best. I don't know. I don't know what he's doing there, but you're right. He has said it twice. I hope he's telling the truth is what he's doing. I hope that's what he's doing. He's telling the truth. I hope he's right about this.
I think I saw a graphic that it was 67 to 66%, and Tua was 1% more accurate.
Yeah, and it depends on how you break some of these numbers out, too. Like Tua has, I think, red zone accuracy led the NFL last year. So you can use a lot of stats to prove anything you want to prove.
It was Kevin Dyson.
That is correct. I was wrong about that.
Who was the Super Bowl player for the Titans.
I think Mason is the Titans' all-time leading receiver. I think Wycheck is second, and he was the tight end. I think Frank Wycheck, yardage-wise, is second in Titans history.
Sort of on that wave when tight ends became such a big weapon. That's your NFL headlines, including developing news. Ian Rappaport reporting that at Arizona Cardinals mandatory camp, and they're out on the West Coast, so a little delayed compared to everyone else. They're just now going through physicals, and Kyler Murray is there. And he will be on the field as mandatory minicamp opens there. So some of these quarterbacks who are wanting new deals showing up for these mandatory minicamps this week as to not get fined. When we come back, we'll talk about the question I wanted to talk about to start the next hour, the final hour. Is this not UAB, but UT, Tennessee, is this Tennessee Volunteer baseball team one of the most hated teams in SEC history? You guys reacted in a very strong way when they got bounced from the NCAA tournament this weekend.
Let me know what you think in the chat room or on the phone lines, 205-734-0923, 734-0923. Brownie, that'll get you on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
And you could see Johnston RV Center for yourself. Two great locations. I-65, exit 304 up there in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. Exclusive lifetime warranty from RV Warranty Forever. You got to check out these 2022 Cherokee Alphas. They start as low as $275 a month with approved credit, 10% down. They go up from there. That Ultimate Couples camper there, the Alpha Wolf, $329 a month, 10% down with approved credit. See it all. JohnstonRVCenter.com, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart System. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Little Sweet! Did you make it out the door on time?
Yeah, but I have lipstick on my teeth.
Ooh, that color looks great on you. And you deserve a tasty treat. Did you take an alternate route and avoid 30 seconds of traffic? Or did you weather Avila? Ooh, and now you're sweating in your shacket. So sweet, unique. Baby, there's nothing better. I bet you've probably done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper. Did you nail the high note while singing along to your favorite song? Yes, I did. Did you perfectly parallel park without bumping any bumper?
Yeah, but I locked my keys in the car.
That's okay.
I need my keys, little sweet.
Did you get to get in the car seat without losing your temper? Buckle in, that's a win. It's one of a kind, it'll blow your mind. Everyone's done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, final hour of the show. This hour brought to you by our friends at Bud Light. Bud Light Next as well, the next generation of what's new in beer. Wherever you buy beer, 0 carbs and only 80 calories. They're part of our sponsorship group that is bringing you LT's bracket punishment. LT stuck in Chicago today, missed his connecting flight to Salina, Kansas, is where he has to touch base. So he will fly out on the only other flight to Salina tomorrow morning early.
Yeah, and people are saying, very convenient that Lance missed a flight in Chicago. Some kind of punishment.
I'd like to see a ruling on how hard he tried to make that flight.
I don't know. He said
Can you imagine going to a Cubs game today?
It's going to be quite hot.
Going to the museum?
He's going to send the video out. Now, I've done these a lot, as you well know, and I cannot criticize because I have managed to work some fun things in while on the road for the punishment. You always wanted it to be like 100% punishment. I, feel like the trip itself is punishment. I ought to be able to do whatever I want to when I'm on the trip as long as I fulfill my obligations.
Right.
So as long as Lance fulfills his obligations, I don't mind him trying to make it fun.
But I actually said this I think it was to Maggie, or maybe it was a group of guys I was playing golf with over the weekend, but we were talking about what was coming up for LT, and they said, "Oh, yeah, I remember you guys have sent Brown a couple places, really a bad punishment, blah 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 blah." And I said, "Well, Brown will never let you know that it was a bad punishment. He's always whistling and will tell you he had the best time ever." Didn't he go to that town that only had one person? Nebraska.
That was tough.
And they thought that she was the funnest person he's
the
ever
nicest lady, the best food, the greatest people. I mean,
nice people. I'd tap the brakes on the food.
Yeah.
And I stayed in Yanktown, South Dakota. I mean, Yankton, I think is how they say it, not Yanktown.
Yanktown's a good titty, though.
It's Yankton.
A lot of good friends there.
I've stayed there before.
Yeah.
Yankton, South Dakota. And and it was dead of winter too. Well, it was late February, early March. Blizzard was coming.
Slid into a ditch, met the nicest man who helped pull my car out of the ditch.
That did happen. He was a nice guy.
I mean, everything that was negative, I was like, it's the greatest thing ever happened to me.
I went to a Creighton basketball game. I saw Creighton and Providence play before I flew home. That was like my fun thing I allowed myself to do.
One of the greatest college basketball games ever played?
Probably not, no. Yeah. I think it was subpar teams. Now, the trip out to Alien Fest about a year ago now, my wife went with me, so that helped. But that is a ton of driving. I mean, we drove to Roswell and back basically in 3 days.
And I made LT go to Amish country one time, and he ended up driving into Lancaster, and there was a music festival going on. So it was a horrible punishment. He got to have a music festival, and I think the best club sandwich he'd ever had this side of hamburger heaven or something.
The moment Dunaway has to go on one of these, it is going to be hellfire and brimstone. I mean, it is going to be the worst trip.
Yeah, and it'll be all out of pocket.
Yep.
During the worst economy ever. It'll be wartime in America.
You're making me drive by 38?
It's just got to go back and forth on Highway 98. Yeah, you can never actually get on 38.
All right. 4 downs in our next segment. Montana Fouts coming up at the bottom of the hour. But let's get into our question of the day. It's our Nichols Outfitters question of the day. Was this Tennessee baseball team one of the most hated or the most hated SEC team, any sport, in history? Because you guys reacted like it was. More on that in just a second.
Coming up this Sunday is Father's Day. From now till Father's Day, purchase a Christensen Traverse rifle for dear old dad, and it enters you into a contest to win a Christensen Arms Ranger 22 rifle right alongside it. If you have an outdoorsman in the household, or if you are that outdoorsman, drop that heavy hint. This is a gift that will make you smile on Father's Day. Purchase a classic Christensen rifle. Enter to win another now till Father's Day. Nichols Outfitters, I-65 in Pelham. Phil Mickelson is meeting the media. Black shirt, scruff beard. He's going to be bad guy Phil from now on.
Still playing the villain.
I'm the villain from now on.
Yeah, NWO as he runs to the U.S. Open this weekend. All right, so this Tennessee baseball team gets bounced. They were one of the most dominant, if not the most dominant, SEC team in history during the regular season, especially when you compare the competition that they were having to run through like a hot knife through butter this year. But they get bounced by Notre Dame. They come up short of going to Omaha in the College World Series. Here is Tennessee's Luke Lupicius on his team's Lipschus. Okay, I'll say it again. Here's Tennessee's Luke Lipschus on this team's legacy, and this is something I want you to listen to and react for me.
What do you think of kind of off the jump as the legacy and the things that will be remembered about this team?
Yeah, he just told us that what we did this season was absolutely amazing, and we should never forget or feel bad about how far we've come. And he said that we put him in a really good position to keep this dynasty going. And you can see that there's so much emotion within that group of guys because everyone loves everyone. Everyone's such a good guy, and then you got him, and he's the most passionate one of the bunch, and you just want to go to war with him and every single one around you. But it's just a fantastic team and absolutely unforgettable one.
So Tony Vitello, the head coach, told them that they did what they do to keep this dynasty going. Brent, what's missing in a dynasty conversation with this Tennessee team?
The first thing that jumped out at me, I'm like, you got to win some championships before you can be a dynasty. I mean, even SEC championships.
Yeah, you
right?
got one. I mean, you won the regular season and the SEC championship, but you got to win a national championship. I don't care about conferences. You got to win a national championship before you start talking dynasty.
Yeah, I mean, it's
championships. You got to win more than one.
Yeah. One does not make a dynasty. This is. I mean, I appreciate him, and he's probably right. If you take the word dynasty away, they have set themselves up to continue to be a really good baseball program in the Southeastern Conference. But yeah, I mean, dynasty is a touch of an overstatement.
Yeah, but now Vitello, I mean, that was a program that we would struggle to even see in Hoover to make the SEC tournament. They were down and out. That program was dead on the vine, and Vitello has made them nationally relevant to where everyone reacts. 13 fan bases in the SEC basically cheering for Notre Dame yesterday. So yes, and I will say this, you've got to be a certain level of good to have people hate you as bad as people hated this baseball team.
Yeah.
There's got to be a certain level of greatness to attract this much hate, I believe. If you're, even with the antics, which some of it doesn't bother me, but even with the antics, you don't get this much hate unless you reach a level of greatness.
No, you got to be good to be hated.
Yeah.
I think bad teams are just laughed at if they act this way.
That's right.
But you got to be good to be hated. I mean, first of all, they got to be good to be able to act like that because a lot of their quote-unquote antics come when they win games, right? So, they got to be good to be hated. And when I think back on most hated teams in sports, they're all pretty good teams. I mean, very rarely is it a bad team that you hate. I mean, Rockstar's bad boys, the Pistons, they won back-to-back championships. They were hated for a reason.
But don't bring dynasty talk to this. I know you're a senior or you played your last game wearing the old volunteer orange there, but there's no dynasty conversation here. You're not a dynasty. You're not a dynasty until you win multiple championships on the national level or league championships. You know, the Rays have been to a couple of World Series. They've won the American League East. They haven't won a World Series, so they're not a dynasty. Got to win championships to be a dynasty, not just conference championships. So the question at hand here is, where does this team rank among some of the most hated of all time in the SEC? And they're going to get a lot of conversation at being number one here.
So, I don't know that we get a good feel outside of Alabama how this run of Alabama teams, I know people hate Nick Saban, but how do people feel about these Alabama teams? I don't know that we get a good feel, but I got to think they're going to be up there somewhere.
Right. I mean, pick an Alabama team.
I don't know which one, though, you know.
Yeah. If I had to pick one, I probably would say 2012 Alabama.
Interesting. All right. A.J. McCarron in his junior year.
I think it would be A.J. McCarron, that team would be of all the Saban championship teams. I think that one would be, from the outside looking in, the most hated. They had won the national championship. They had done it with sort of some people perceived it as a free pass that, they got in over Oklahoma State to a two-team championship to play LSU again in a rematch, won a championship. Then they're reeling off a winning season again. They lose to Johnny Manziel after the screen pass touchdown in Baton Rouge.
Get another break to get in,
and things fall their way, and they get in and beat Georgia in a classic SEC championship.
But then you start just thinking about, all right, well, like Kentucky basketball. I'm sure there are a lot of hated Kentucky teams. Again, I don't know which one you would say was the most hated.
Got to be one of the Calipari teams.
People don't like Calipari by and large. I think people kind of like Tubby Smith, right? And maybe those Patino teams. I don't know how liked Patino was. Then you just start looking at, okay, well, who are individual players? We mentioned Marshall Henderson, but those Ole Miss teams were bubble teams. So those weren't like great. I mean, they were good Ole Miss teams, but they weren't like great national teams. I think outside of Auburn, most fans did not like Cam Newton.
Cam Newton's 2010 team.
Yeah, that was a brash team. They played with they had a little air of cockiness to them, but they were really, they were the undefeated national champions. So they were a good team.
Yeah,
obviously.
you can replace cockiness with swagger on
Whatever
a more positive note.
It's cockiness if you don't like them, it's swagger if you do, right?
And that team had it.
They had it.
And they won a national championship.
Yeah, they had Cam Newton, who was the epitome of swagger, right? Or cockiness, however you want to do it.
He was the face of that team.
Trooper Taylor, the assistant out there waving towels, hat on backwards. So that team just had a little edge to it. And if you're an Auburn fan, you loved every minute of it. If you were a fan of every other team, you absolutely hated that team.
Just like Tennessee fans loved this baseball season.
Yeah.
A lot of thank yous yesterday from Tennessee fans. The other 13 fan bases were saying thank you to Notre Dame. I would put 2010. Harry wrote in and said the Honey Badger team.
Mention him.
That's 2011.
That's
I believe,
2011 LSU. He was a hated player. I think there was probably some players they didn't like on the team. I don't know. I think people kind of Les Miles was the funny uncle.
Yeah.
I think people kind of liked Les Miles even when his team was really, really good because he was such a weird dude.
See, I never disliked the Honey Badger. I don't know why.
Well, I think SEC fans dislike the Honey Badger. I respect him because he's made the most out of a second chance in his NFL career. But I think as a LSU player, I think a lot of fan bases disliked him.
Yeah.
I don't know how they felt about that team as a whole. It was a really good team, obviously.
I'll tell you what this happens to me a lot. Like I dislike teams in the moment because I'm always cheering for the underdogs.
Mm-hmm.
But then later I go back and I appreciate those teams. Like there were a lot of Skip Bertman LSU baseball teams that I was never cheering for. I was cheering against.
Right.
I just hated the way, they were dominant in the SEC. But then as I look back at them, I watched during one of the rain delays of the SEC baseball tournament, and there was 1 million. I watched the Skip Bertman 30 for 30 or SEC whatever it is. And it was really interesting. And I go back and I appreciate that team, those teams a lot more in retrospect than I did in the moment going in. I don't know if that'll happen with this Tennessee team. I think a lot of people have done that with the 2010 Auburn team.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're going Honey Badger in 2011, much like this Tennessee team, they did a lot, but they didn't win the big game.
Yeah. I mean, you're absolutely right. They didn't even make the tournament. The big tournament, right? They're in the NCAA tournament. This Tennessee team is, but they don't even make Omaha.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to put where this Tennessee team will be in history of SEC baseball, for instance, because Vandy's had some dominant teams. LSU's had some dominant teams. You've had national champions. Mississippi State just won the national championship from this conference. Arkansas's had some really good teams. Where do you put this team? I mean, they didn't even make Omaha. They were dominant in the regular season, but didn't even make Omaha.
Richard D. writes in and says the 2019 LSU team was far more hated than the 2011 team, the Joe Burrow national championship team.
I thought about Burrow. That team played with a lot of cockiness, a lot of swagger, a lot of edge as well. I think Burrow was very, very, very confident. And, that becomes... Again, like you said, Dunaway, there's a line between confidence and there's a line, but if you love the team, it's swagger. If you hate the team, it's cockiness. Joe Burrow was a confident guy, and they were able to back up every bit of it. But that team played with an edge too, and I don't know how fans felt about Ed Orgeron. I think he's a little bit of a punchline, but I don't know if people hated Ed Orgeron.
Brett from New Mexico on this subject, man. Most hated SEC team of all time for you, Brett, is who? Did I hit Brett?
You caught me with a mouthful of corn dog. The 90s Spurrier Florida teams after he got them rolling.
You know, how did we forget that? How did we forget the Spurrier era?
Oh, I didn't forget them. I just hadn't got there yet.
Yeah,
My list is long.
I mean, I don't know, Brett. I don't know that they had a specific player that people. I think people loved Danny Warfel. I think they liked, him.
No, it was Spurrier.
Yeah, it was all Spurrier. It was all the head coach.
It was all Spurrier.
Yeah, a lot like people hate, Nick Saban in Alabama for their success. Spurrier was handing it to him on most Saturdays, so people didn't like him. Yeah.
Yep. And I hate that Lance got sidetracked in Chicago, but there are worse places, I guess. I texted him late Friday after the show. I said, have you thought about them throwing you a curveball going to Chicago? He was like, what do you mean? I said, it would be so much Lunsford. They send you to Chicago, think you're going to Seattle, and they end up sending your ass to Portland, Maine. He goes, I can deal with Portland, Maine. I said, well, if you go to Portland, Maine, I said, I've got a quick and easy route to get you home. He was like, okay.
What is Salina? You say you've been to Salina, Kansas? Salina? How do I say it, first of all?
Salina.
Salina. Okay, so you've been to that exit.
Oh, I have. Well, I've been to Salina, Kansas probably 20. I've been through there probably 20 times at least in the last 8 years. Just driving. There's a couple of decent truck stops that, if it's time to stop, I'll stop there. But going west, once you get, Hays, Kansas is not that far from Salina, but once you, pretty much what you said this morning, once you get past Salina going west, there is nothing until you get almost to Denver.
Wow.
There's some more stops out there. But it's just long and flat and boring. I think I've called you guys once or twice when I was going through Salina.
Probably. It was that boring you had to call us.
Well, good. We'll at least have phone service with Lance.
That's right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Brett.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, be careful.
I was going to ask him, corn dogs.
bad.
So, Rockstar, I'll start with you. Corn dogs, do you like them, cooked or overcooked where they're crunchy? And do you go mustard and ketchup, just ketchup? What do you do with corn dogs?
Corn dogs, I'm a guy that likes the batter only.
You don't eat the wiener?
Yeah, I'm not a hot dog guy, but I do. When I was a kid, I would just eat the batter and just like here, there's whatever's left. That was bedrock for me.
I like it gold, a little crispy, got a little texture to it, but not burnt. I don't like anything burnt.
I used to, and I've told this story many times. One of my first jobs was 12 years old announcing Little League games in Alabaster. I did that for many years, and my first year it was $0.25 a game. And I got free concession stand.
Mm-hmm.
And I would always tell them, if you burn any corn dogs by accident, I'll take those.
You like the burnt ones, huh?
Oh, my God, yes.
Darker the better.
Just like cookies.
And I go...
In my house, they set a bag of cookies to the side if they miscook them. If they're too thin and crunchy, if they're not gooey, I get those. They put them in a bag by themselves. Yeah. I like things burnt.
I like it gooey. And I do go mustard and ketchup mixed.
I go mustard only.
You put the ketchup down and the mustard down, and then you take the corn dog itself and you swirl them together, and then that first bite's perfect.
That's not bad. I'll try that.
Normally barbecue sauce. If I go corn dog and barbecue sauce.
You put barbecue sauce on everything.
Oh, barbecue sauce is the best condiment out there.
Yeah.
So why would I not use it on a corn dog?
You don't like mayonnaise?
I do not. I do not like mayonnaise.
Part of our show being brought to you by Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. He was in the chat room moments ago. Outside of the SEC, he talked about dynasties not winning the biggest championship. He brought up the Buffalo Bills. I guess you would have to call them a dynasty. 4 times AFC champions, back to back.
AFC dynasty, yeah.
Yeah, but they didn't win the Super Bowl. I don't think they're remembered.
I don't remember them that way.
Do you remember them as a dynasty?
I don't. Most dynasties I remember, like the Cowboys and the Patriots and the 49ers.
Super Bowl champions,
Super Bowl champions, yeah, absolutely.
Mostly you remember them for losing, don't you?
The Bills, for breaking, getting to the Super Bowl and breaking their team's heart, their fans' heart.
But I do understand that they won 4 AFC championships, so they were not losers. But, the great Cornelius Bennett and Bruce Smith and Thurman Thomas and Jim Kelly and Don Beebe, and I can't name anyone else, but that's a handful of them right there.
Darryl Talley.
That was the guy I was picturing him right then. But Greg from Pell City bringing that to the conversation there. He can bring a great roof to protect your house as well. All you have to do is call him up, 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Here's why you should use Greg from Pell City. First, trustworthy local guy. When you get into a situation with storm damage, you'll have a lot of people who come from Mississippi, Georgia, Florida, Tennessee, and try to steal your money, do a shoddy job, and then charge you out of the wazoo, and then they leave town, and you're left with another hole in your roof and crappy work, and you don't know who to call. Just start calling a guy local. That's Greg from Pell City. Keep the number on standby if you ever have roof damage, 205-542-3531, 542-3531. Now, he's been locally owned for over 20 years. He and his wife own the company now, A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. The insurance companies trust him and love him. That's a great place to start. They don't trust people that do shoddy work. He does the best work. And he'll give you a free no-cost inspection right now. Free no-cost inspection to get up on your roof and check it out. It's Greg from Pell City, 542-3531, or Greg from Pell City on Facebook. Look him up, and he'll do a great job for you.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531, 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
Witness history at the closing ceremonies of the World Games with an all-star celebration featuring Alabama's favorite son, Lionel Richie, performing at home for the first time in decades. Joined by Alabama, Jamie Johnson, Bo Bice, Taylor Hicks, Blind Boys of Alabama, Pastor Mike Jr., Ruben Studdard, Young Blue, Martha Reeves, and Worth the Wait. An epic celebration. The closing ceremonies of the World Games at Protective Stadium, July 17th. Tickets are limited and going fast. Get yours now at TWT2022.com.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here for the next round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in game day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated number one by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476. 476.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent Trane dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Carrie said a quarter a game, Dunaway. You're really dating yourself. Well, I was 12.
A whole quarter?
But I was getting 25 cents in free concession stand. Now, imagine being 12. First of all, you just realized at age 11 that your body's changing, but also that you're becoming you want to be a sportscaster when you grow up. So This is your opportunity to talk in a microphone for the first time. So I'm getting 25 cents a game. I'm getting to announce, and I get all the concession stand. Can you imagine how many Pepsis, corn dogs, hot dogs, hamburgers, French fries, onion rings, golden flake chips, Snickers that I could eat on a Saturday?
Didn't Russ get a quarter for rubbing the bunion on his grandmom's foot?
A whole quarter,
A whole quarter.
And I'll give you, Audrey
should get one too, right?
Yeah.
Audrey will get one too.
Oh, huh? Did you hear that? A whole quarter.
But he does sound old. You're right when I say that. Hey, part of our show being brought to you by our friend Dr. B.
He is Dr. Beckenstein and does a tremendous job with Lance's salad, that hair that Lance will have flowing in the wind in Chicago in the Windy City. He's growing it back thanks to Dr. B. You can see more at t3hair.net. That is t3hair.net. You see Dr. B there with LT. If you're watching us on video, undergoing the consultation there in the office, then they met together via Zoom to discuss some of the options, and LT is able to do the treatment when he's just sitting at home at night watching TV. You can see some before and after at t3hair.net. That is t3hair.net. And see how Dr. B helps people grow their hair back. Our own Lance Taylor undergoing it, and you'll see it with Lance firsthand. T3 Hair Preservation, t3hair.net. That is t3hair.net.
All right, our friends at Vulcan Tire bring you the 4 downs every day. Vulcan Tire and Automotive with great locations all over town, and a 5th one coming soon to Pell City. You can find them in Hoover, in Trussville, in Moody, and in Birmingham, and again coming to Pell City very soon. If you are looking for right now a great way to take care of your automobile, whether it's with new tires or anything bumper to bumper, including getting that AC checked out, you can get that done with our friends at Vulcan Tire and Auto, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
All right. Next one to win a playoff game, Lamar Jackson or Kyler Murray. Both have showed up today at mandatory minicamps for their team. First one to win the next playoff game, Lamar or Kyler?
You know, I feel more confident in Lamar Jackson for this reason. I am going to buy the Ravens being in the playoffs more than the Cardinals being in the playoffs. I think, first of all, in that division with the Rams, it's going to be hard in the near term for the Cardinals to even win that division. The 49ers are still very good, obviously.
Cardinals were in this year, but got bounced really quick.
Right. But I feel better about the Ravens in that division winning it more often or being in the playoffs more often than I do the Cardinals. So for that reason, I think I will go Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, I will take Lamar Jackson because they could win the division, have an easier game. Kyler could get the Cardinals in, but be playing a tougher team, another division champion, and lose like they did this year. I agree with you. I think it's Lamar Jackson.
Second down.
Same type question, though. Who wins their next playoff game first? A.J. Brown with the Eagles or Tyreek Hill with the Dolphins?
See, I hate it when you guys give me Dolphins questions. I think I'll go Tyreek Hill with the Dolphins. I think the Dolphins could get in and win a playoff game. The problem with the Eagles is they've obviously created a really good offense. That is a team that was in the playoffs just this year But you watched the game because it was against your Bucs. How did Jalen Hurts look once he got there?
Didn't look. I was never worried on that game.
You shouldn't have been.
And I worry about everything.
I know you do. And, you've added another weapon with A.J. Brown to go alongside Devontae Smith. But I think almost everyone would agree your weapons are better in Miami with Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill.
It's an easy answer.
And who's the better quarterback? I think it's Tua, right? So I'm going to go Dolphins.
It's an easy answer. I think it's the Dolphins because it's about 50% of teams who are in the playoffs don't make the playoffs.
Yeah.
That stat will work out this year because of teams like the Cardinals and the Eagles.
But I will say, if you just look at all the teams in all those two divisions together, the Bills are the best team in that group, better than the Cowboys. So, the Dolphins have got to, you can get in as a wild card, obviously, but in a division, they've got the toughest competition.
Third down.
Stallions lost their first game over the weekend to the Gamblers, so the perfect season is done. The playoffs are set. The Breakers are in to go with the Stars and the Generals. If I ask you who wins the USFL championship, the Stallions, who just now lost their first game, or one of the other teams, Breakers, Stars, or Generals?
I think I'm going to go with the Generals. I just think it feels like Birmingham has been limping to the finish line here.
Almost every one of their games was really close.
I know. I mean, they had a 10-9 game, then they lost. This game really has no meaning to it, so you wonder, do you got a limited roster, obviously don't wait, but do you rest people? I mean, what do you do there?
I don't know.
I don't know if you're Skip Holtz, how you attack that with this game that really just doesn't have a ton of meaning.
And I didn't watch the game this week. I don't know if they rested people this past week or not.
Yeah, so I'm going to go with I would take the field, obviously, but if you make me pick one, I'll take the Generals.
I would too. I'd go with the Generals.
Fourth down.
Fourth down. We just heard Brett on the road eating a corn dog. If I give you a choice, corn dogs or hot dogs, where do you go?
I think I'll go hot dog. Hot dog with spicy mustard and kraut. That'd be my choice there.
I went to Hamburger Heaven, one of our great sponsors, had a couple of hot dogs on my way to play golf Saturday. I went with chili dog. I added the kraut. So it was chili, onions, mustard, and kraut.
And then you went and played golf in the searing heat of an Alabama summer.
I did.
But that was a good feeling right there.
I put the Hamburger Heaven sauce on top of it.
Yes, sir. It's good stuff. I'm not arguing with the taste. I'm just saying prior to golf in the heat, that might not have been your best choice.
That didn't bother me. It was the peanut butter milkshake I got for the drive to Ballantrae that probably flipped the script on me.
Then we carved up.
Yeah, so that was good. All right, that's our four downs brought to you by our friends with Vulcan Tire.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive, 5 great locations soon as they add that one in Pell City, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
I say we go ahead and continue our conversation here. We'll play catch up on the other side of this. What do you want to do?
You want to go and talk to Montana Fouts?
Since Montana Fouts is already dialed in with us, let's go ahead and talk to Montana Fouts
we'll
right
go
here.
Straight to Montana Fouts right now, presented by Summit Tree Stands, a leading manufacturer of premium quality, high-performance tree stands, safety harnesses, and tree stand accessories. Use code Montana14 to save 14% off all tree stands at SummitStands.com. Great Father's Day gift idea. SummitStands.com, 14% off all tree stands when you use code Montana14. She's back home in Kentucky, so she's had to hit the road to find a good cell signal. What's up, Montana? How are you?
Actually, no, I'm back in Alabama now. But I'm just having a busy day, so I'm having to do the truck again.
Yeah. Well, tell me this: are you getting ready for camps coming up? And if we got a dad or a mom who's watching us, how do they find Montana camps anywhere? Is there a website or anything?
Right. So right now I'm just doing one camp in June, and then I'm hoping to give a camp in Alabama. I'm trying to figure out like a football field, anything like that I could use, something big enough, or maybe a couple fields put together. But really just going, and I think everything's on my Instagram that I posted, my last picture. But it has an email on there and where to go to register for those things too.
Okay. There's a stadium that's you may have heard of it, Bryant Denny. You could get a couple of fields in there maybe to work the kids out. That'll work. So on the baseball side, and I know that's not the sport you play, but you love sports. You watch a lot of things. Tennessee was the dominant SEC team all year long, and they end up not making it to Omaha. You guys were really, really good all year long. You were supposed to be back in Oklahoma City, and you guys didn't make it to Oklahoma City. I think that a lot of people are making comparisons here. What can go wrong when you've got a really good team and you don't end up reaching your goals? What are some things you think Tennessee encountered this weekend?
Every team's different. And I think every individual player on every team's different. A lot of stuff changes throughout the season, but I think the game knows. And I think if your team's fully bought in and you guys are working really hard, I think that it'll pay off for you. But every person on the team's got to be bought in and not just, like a few individual players or just half the team. It's going to take, like we would have 20 players. It's going to have to take 20 players, give it 100%. So I think, especially at that level and that few teams going to Omaha or Oklahoma City, that's what it takes.
It is strange, though, when you get to playoff baseball or playoff softball or playoff basketball, like the NCAA basketball tournament in Montana, how quickly things can change. You have that great season like Tennessee did or some other teams have done, and it can be just that one game that costs you everything. It's just if Pat Murphy or Tony Vitello, anybody could figure it out, they could sell it for $1 billion on why things change when you get to the postseason.
I know they definitely would be paid some big bucks then if they could figure that out. But, I think that a lot of it has to do with just like the character of a team and, how well that they gel towards the end of the season.
You've got the World Games coming up, so this is maybe a little different for you this year than it is in years past. But, I'm a big Tampa Bay Buccaneer fan, and I'm watching Tom Brady, and he surprised me that he's coming back. And then he did an interview that said, really, I'm only like 55-45 on coming back, that he was barely over 50-50 on coming back. And he said part of it was, I know I've got to start working through the summer and everything to be prepared for the season. How much of it every year, and this will be an extra year for you too, how much of the grind of getting ready for the season does it take, and does it get harder the older you get?
Yeah, I think that some parts of it get harder the older that you get, but also like when you get older, you learn how to take care of your body a little bit more. So I would say like here and there with that, but yeah, definitely like the summer and breaks like that, you can't mentally shut off or anything like that because you are having to work. As soon as season's been over in the years past, even if I didn't play that summer, I was still having to keep in mind that in 2 months I'm coming back to a team that we're getting ready for the next time. So the summers and the breaks go by really, really fast. I've learned, they go back faster the older that I get too.
How many would you be able to estimate how many pitches you've thrown in your life? Like practice, just on the side, games, everything. What would your estimate be? What would your guess be?
True. I don't know. I've been pitching since I was 7.
I know.
And I have no clue. I feel like whatever number I give, it probably wouldn't even be as close. I'm sure it's way higher. Consider, like the warm-up pitches, all stuff, just messing around. I have no clue. It's up there. It's up there.
We're awful when we do these things on the show. I'll throw a number out and it's way off, but we're probably talking more than 100,000. Is that crazy?
Oh, I was going to say 100 million.
No, it's not 100 million.
It's definitely out of 1,000. Yeah, I just pitch I pitch a lot now, but it used to be like every day for hours. So I'm sure since I was 7. A long time.
Oh,
so 100 million?
Dunaway, her arm would fall off.
Well, she's 21 or 22.
Yeah, I was about to say that's a lot of years of pitching, almost nearly every day. So I don't know.
Yeah,
100 million.
I'm sorry, I'm bad at this. I never guessed the number of marbles in a jar right or anything. All right, so I saw on your social media. I don't know if it was a recent picture or not. Did you, your dad, and your brother go on a hunt here recently? And what were you hunting?
We went fishing. So we went up to Cranberry River and we just went fishing. But the hunting picture was a while ago. We went to Kansas. It's the Dirt Road Outfitters. And I'm hoping to go. I got my buck tag in, so I'm hoping to go this fall to get a buck in Kansas because they look like big old rocking chairs on their heads. So I'm excited to go.
All right.
Is that anywhere near Salina, Kansas? Because that's where our guy who's usually sitting in this chair is. He lost our bracket challenge, so we punished him and sent him to nowhere, Kansas, and he's got to come back on a train and a bus to get back. Where do you hunt in Kansas?
I'm trying to think the nearest city that it was. I should really know this, but I've only been once. But I don't know. It all looks the same once I get there. It's all those big squares. I don't know.
Yeah,
that's what we heard.
Yep, all looks the same. She'll be you if you can find a tree. Are there trees there for your summit tree stand?
Oh, for sure. I'll definitely be bringing it.
Okay, good. At least they got trees.
Well, that's what drew my attention. She said it's almost tree stand season. And I said, she's already got a tree
right.
stand.
She's got that Summit stand.
Yeah, packed and ready to go.
Carefully engineered to be the most silent, secure, comfortable, and safest tree stands available. Use code Montana14 when you order. Great Father's Day gift, but you need to hurry up and order so it's there. SummitStands.com. That is SummitStands.com. 14% off all tree stands at SummitStands.com with the code Montana14. Montana, thank you. Have a great week. We'll see you next week.
Thank you. Thank y'all.
All right, take care. Montana Fouts with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
See, you guys have influenced me in the chat room that I didn't ask the question. I was going to transition corn dog or hot dog was going to be my transition.
Thank God.
But I didn't want you guys to be, you're always asking stupid questions of Montana.
I wish he'd have done it, too.
The girls pitched 100 million balls.
Really? Her arm would fall.
Well, how far? I mean, if she threw 100 pitches a day, every day since she was 7 years old.
It's going to take 1 million days to get to 100 million.
Okay, that was a stupid comment.
It was a stupid comment.
God, if I was a Tennessee outfielder, I'd flip you the bird right now.
I'd do it.
All right, got a couple of more breaks for you here, but when we come back, Montana Fouts there, so she won't be in the next segment.
LT's going to check in.
Oh, really?
Yep.
An LT update.
What are you laughing at?
We got a lot to go.
We do.
Part of the show being brought to you by the great folks at Mortgage Right. Get that mortgage right with our friends at Mortgage Right. And remember, use the promo code TNR. We're back in a second.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemphill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemphill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemphill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
Lil Sweet! Did you make it out the door on time?
Yeah, but I have lipstick on my teeth.
Ooh, that color looks great on you. And you deserve a tasty treat. Did you take an alternate route and avoid 30 seconds of traffic? Or did you weather Avila? Ooh, and now you're sweating in your shacket. So sweet, unique. Baby, there's nothing better. I bet you probably done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper. Did you nail the high note while singing along to your favorite song? Yes, I did. Did you perfectly parallel park without bumping any bumper?
Yeah, but I locked my keys in the car.
That's okay.
I need my keys, little sweet.
Did you get to get in the car seat without losing your temper? Buckle in, that's a win. It's one of a kind, it'll blow your mind. Everyone's done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
Do you want to have the experience of a lifetime and help a great charity at the same time? If you've ever dreamed of taking a few laps around Talladega Superspeedway, now is your chance. Come join us on Saturday, June 18th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. for the Track Laps for Charity. For only $50, you can climb behind the wheel of your own vehicle and take 2 laps around the historic Talladega Superspeedway. But if you don't want to take the drive, you can still come out and tour the Talladega Garage experience for free. Bring the kids and enjoy the game zone and kids zone, or have your picture taken with the famed Vulcan Trophy in Ruoff Mortgage Victory Lane. All proceeds from the event benefit the United Way of North Talladega County. You can enjoy a day at the track while also supporting a great organization. That's Saturday, June 18th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Talladega Superspeedway. To learn more, visit TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. See you at the track.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
For the affiliates along the way, including you, Lance, if you can hear me, Lance, it's got to be a really quick segment here because we squeezed Montana into the same segment as the last segment. So 2 more segments to go here. So this is segment number C for the affiliates along the way. Segment
number C or Rockstar number C.
Number C or letter A.
Letter A.
B or 3. It's LT, D, and B with you, but LT's not here. He is on the road. And have you already found a brewery? Is that what it looks like? Man, the punishments continue.
No, I'm at Greg Sankey's favorite restaurant in Chicago.
What's the name of Greg? First of all, how do you know Greg Sankey's favorite restaurant in Chicago? What's the name of it?
He likes it.
He's told us before. Oh. Yeah, he had a daughter that lives here or lived here at one particular point. But Lou Malnati's, to me, it's the best Chicago deep dish. Leighton here has never had it. She's extremely excited.
That Leighton looks excited. She does.
Hey, she's getting better. We found a hotel, and we're about to head to the Museum of Art, and then we're going to do the boat ride, the Architect.
Oh, yeah. Are you really going to do the boat ride down the river? That is fantastic. I did that last time I was in Chicago. It was really good.
It's the best thing, in my opinion, to do in Chicago. It really is. I wanted to take her to the signature room at the Hancock building, but it's closed until Wednesday. So we're going to do Sears Tower. We got a busy day, and then we've got we got Cubs tickets from our friends at ATIX.
Oh, look at this! Oh. What a punishment!
Yeah, I feel bad for you.
God, sorry it's going so poorly.
So glad I won the bracket.
Yeah.
I got to go to Salina tomorrow. That is a punishment.
Yeah. I wish I'd been sent to Chicago.
But listen, Lance, I've been on your end of this, so I'm not going to jump in. Dunaway never thinks the punishment is harsh enough.
That is not true. I know this is going to be harsh.
Every time. Every time you do this.
I did 7.5 minutes of stand-up comedy. I'm a funny guy. That was easy. That was easy.
Well, Leighton knows this. You guys could have sent us anywhere, and it's really not on us.
No, he's right. He can't help it that he missed the flight because his bag was too big.
All right. As you can see there, Lance's iPhone network bandwidth is low. So we'll let you go enjoy your punishment, your lunch, and then go see the Bean, enjoy the boat ride. Hope it doesn't rain on you.
We will. We'll send you guys some videos a little bit.
All right. Be careful.
That's updated to you. Update from Lance's punishment brought to you by our friends at Hemphill Services, Vulcan Tire, and Bud Light next. When we come back, our final thought, it's on the other side right here on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at HydroLive. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. HydroLive's got 3 locations, Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Tendinitis can drive a golfer to flub their shots or turn a 5K run into a stroll. And that backhand is now a bunt. Don't get comfortable with discomfort. Schedule an appointment with Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics for help in making your greatest comeback. Today is the day to get back in the game. Call 855-219-6200 to make an appointment or find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Summer is here, and that means it's moving season. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or you need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, and let her work for you. Holly Mack Wilson, your dream home expert, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The Trucks and Bucks giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away 2 Chevy Z71 trucks and $50,000. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings May 13th and 14th. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
This Father's Day, pamper Dad with a gift of luxury from Birmingham's best day spa, the Woodhouse Day Spa, located at the Summit Shopping Centers. Spa days aren't just for mom anymore. Buy Dad the gift of relaxation, a gift card from Woodhouse Day Spa. Guys, take charge and ask for that gift you really want, a Woodhouse Day Spa gift card. With over 70 options, there is some type of incredible service for everyone. Gift cards are available online 24/7 at birmingham.woodhousespas.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Over on Twitch, R. Stu says you guys have a prediction on the Auburn-Oregon State game later today. I don't know. I like Skipper and the way the bullpen is at the back end of Auburn and the way Butch manages and Tim Hudson manages that pitching staff. I'll say this. I do like the fact that Auburn, you look at their coaches. Butch is really good at what he does.
Well, yeah.
But their assistant coaches, Tim Hudson, who's a future Hall of Famer, and Gabe Gross, who's
pretty good staff,
a longtime Major League Baseball veteran.
Yeah, I look. I would say, would you qualify these super regionals as unpredictable?
Oh, without a doubt.
I mean, Arkansas sweeping Carolina and Chapel Hill, Notre Dame just winning the series, and Knoxville. Southern Miss not only sweeping, or Ole Miss not only sweeping Southern Miss, but Dunaway, they did not score a single run. I mean, they played 18 innings, did not score a run in that series.
Yeah, I think if Auburn knocks out Oregon State, does all top 4 teams not make it to Omaha? Because I know Oregon State's number 3 and Tennessee was number 1. I don't know I can't remember who 2 and 4 are, but I think the top 4 seeds end up not making it to Omaha if Auburn knocks out Oregon State. So that shows you how unpredictable these super regionals are.
Yeah, I mean, they really have been very, very unpredictable, but I have found them very enjoyable.
Stanford is number 2.
Stanford is, and
they get UConn in a winner-take-all game today, so they're not there yet.
Yeah, that's coming up at 3:00 Central on ESPN2, and then Auburn follows at 6:30 is as scheduled. By the way, Auburn gets moved earlier, but don't bank on that Stanford-UConn game. You'll use all the pitching you got in that one.
Yeah, get ready for, by the way, ESPN News for the start of the Auburn game.
Yeah, really.
Saying. Virginia Tech was number 4. They got bounced at home from Oklahoma.
Yeah, so I would call this a very unpredictable super regional. So that probably plays for Auburn's favor in that one, is that it's unpredictable. They would be the one you wouldn't predict to win against 3-seed Oregon State.
But I don't watch enough Oregon State baseball to know. I know Auburn's pitching staff, when that bullpen's hot, they're hard to beat. And we'll see if Sonny D can get a home run for them. That's 6:30 tonight for Auburn, trying to go back to the College World Series, where 3 SEC teams already are: Texas A&M, Arkansas, and Ole Miss. And if Auburn does make it out there, they'll be on the side of the bracket with Arkansas, with Ole Miss, and the winner of the UConn-Stanford game. So a chance to make some noise when they get out there as well.
All right, get ready for this tomorrow, Rockstar. According to people in the chat room, weather expected to be bad in the Midwest tomorrow, which means a flight into Salina, Kansas could be a little dicey.
You're going to tell he's going to have to spend 2 nights in Chicago?
No.
That's what it's going to end up happening.
Dude, y'all are killing him.
Yeah.
No, it'll be...
flight canceled. The White Sox are back in town. We're going to go see them.
He's not going to know the forecast.
Boston's in town.
He's going to end up getting on this little prop plane that flies from Chicago to Salina, and it's going to end up being the worst flight he's ever been on.
I did look ahead at the 10-day forecast. I think Zach's pulling our leg. Tomorrow, Salina, Kansas, 96 degrees and sunny. Today, the high, you know what the high was in Salinas today?
101.
104. How bad would he have bitched about us sitting at 100? He complains about it being cold in here.
I was going to guess 104, but I was afraid you guys would say, 100 million pitches.
100 million pitches.
104 is attainable.
I mean, I said 100,000.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that sounds crazy. I was going to say 100 million.
Well, I mean, raise your hand if you tune into the show expecting me to be smart.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody tunes in thinking I'm, cast off from Big Bang Theory or something,
I was waiting for something
I know,
from Smartsville.
Big Bang Theory.
I mean, I'm not a rocket scientist. I don't know if you know this.
I have figured that out.
NBA Finals tonight, 8 o'clock on ABC. Celtics and Warriors, a very important Game 5. Steph put that whole team on his back and got a win in Game 4 to get him out of Boston.
Could he be the MVP of this series even if they lose?
Yeah, he could be.
I don't think that's happened since like 68 or 69. I think Jerry West did it.
He could be. He could be. And, you gotta ask the question, if they win this series, does Steph slide into elite categories of NBA greats all time? Does he move into...
He's the best three-point shooter we've ever seen.
Yeah, but does he move into, say, top 10 all time?
Maybe so.
Point?
By the way, Montana's been pitching since she was 7. If you just take every day since she was 7 and divide that by 100 million, she would have had to throw 18,000 pitches a day.
That's pretty good.
Come on, little M. Get out there and work that ass off.
You're only at 17,000. Another 1,000 more pitches to go. Let's go.
How much longer would her right arm be than her left arm if she'd thrown 100 million pitches?
That shoulder.
Massive muscle.
Sorry, Montana. 100,000 is closer. I think somebody did the math. They projected to be 500,000.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, that's the show. We're back with you tomorrow. Where in the world will LT be? We'll let you know. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.